Preface to A Brief Grammar of the Portuguese Language. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leni. A Brief Grammar of the Portuguese Language by John Casper Branner. Preface. This little book has been prepared for the use of English-speaking students who wish to get a practical knowledge of the Portuguese language. The plan of Professor Edgren's brief Spanish grammar has been followed, in many respects, almost literally. Many Portuguese grammars have been consulted, but the ones most freely drawn from are the 13th edition of João Ribeiro's Gramática Portuguesa, published at Rio de Janeiro in 1907, and the 26th edition of the Nova Gramática Portuguesa by Bento José de Oliveira, published at Coimbra in 1904. It is not claimed that there is much that is new or original in the work. The author has simply endeavored to follow the best Portuguese grammarians and his own observations and experience with the language in an effort to make it readily accessible to English-speaking students and in as compact a form as possible. It has been kept in mind that such a work, in order to be useful, must keep practical points in view, even at the expense of the erudite and more scholarly features of the language. The book is purely elementary. Those who require a thorough knowledge of the philologic and philosophic features of the tongue should consult the more pretentious works. Near the end of the volume, a few short examples are quoted from several of the best Portuguese authors. These examples are taken partly from Brazilian and partly from Portuguese writers. It may be well to say here that the idea one often hears expressed to the effect that the Portuguese of Brazil is not good Portuguese is altogether erroneous. It is true that one hears purely local terms and expressions in various parts of Brazil, but so he does in Portugal, and, for that matter, in all languages and in every other part of the world. The language used by the educated Brazilians is just as correct in the main as that used by the educated Portuguese. The difference between the Portuguese spoken in Brazil and that spoken in Portugal is similar to the difference between the English of North America and the English of England, one about which the foreigner need not seriously concern himself. Portuguese is a remarkably phonetic language, and one accustomed to the difficulties of the English or even of the French must be impressed with the comparative simplicity of its spelling. Examples of the chief orthographic difficulties are given at paragraph 13, pages 21-22. Those who are interested in this subject should consult the scholarly work of A. R. Gonçalves Viana, entitled Ortografia Nacional, published at Lisbon in 1904. Of late years, there has been some agitation in favor of orthographic reform, and the Brazilian Academy promulgated in 1907 certain rules which, if followed, would still further tend to simplify spelling. These rules, however, do not appear to have been taken seriously as yet. The Brazilian scholar who has given most careful and most practical attention to this matter of Portuguese spelling is Professor M. Said Ali of Rio de Janeiro. He has published a Vocabulário Ortográfico, in which rules for greater simplicity are laid down, and the words about which there is any question are all given. The spelling given by Professor Said Ali has been followed in the present work. In cases where two spellings have been or are used, cross-references are made in the vocabulary. The chief object of this book is to encourage and facilitate the study of the Portuguese language and literature by English-speaking people. It is not a little remarkable that the language has not been cultivated more by English and American scholars. Footnote: Sir Richard Burton makes this comprehensive remark about the popular Anglo-Saxon idea of the Portuguese. As a rule, we dislike the language because it is nasal, and we have a deep-rooted and most ignorant idea that Portuguese, the most Latin of all the Neo-Latin tongues, is a bastard dialect of Spanish. Burton's Highlands of Brazil, 1:15. End of footnote. It is generally regarded as the most Latin of the Latin tongues, and it certainly is a virile one, and has a classic solemnity that distinguishes it from all other living languages. In addition, the literary, historical, and philological treasures of the Portuguese commended to the thoughtful attention of scholars the world over, while the increasing commercial importance of Portuguese-speaking nations entitle it to respectful consideration and study for commercial, political, and diplomatic reasons. For many corrections and valuable suggestions, the author gratefully acknowledges his indebtedness to the able Brazilian historian, Capistrano de Abreu, and to the distinguished grammarian, Professor Said Ali, who have kindly read the manuscript. For any errors, oversights, or other shortcomings of the work, however, these gentlemen are in no way responsible. J. C. Branner, Stanford University, California. The Portuguese language. The Portuguese language was evolved principally from the popular Latin spoken in the Portuguese part of the Spanish peninsula after the Roman conquest in the 2nd century before Christ. Only a few words of the former Celtic dialects spoken there were preserved in the later Portuguese. The subsequent Gothic invasion also introduced a few words of Germanic origin, while the religious life of the people led to the introduction of certain words of Greek origin. In the 8th century, the Moors invaded the Spanish peninsula and for several hundred years occupied portions of that region. This long contact of the Moors with the inhabitants of Portugal naturally resulted in the introduction into the Portuguese language of a good many words of Semitic origin. Most of these words have as a prefix the Arabian article al, such as algodão, cotton, alfinete, pen. It was during the long Gothic and Arabian occupancy that the Latin spoken in western Spain appears to have gradually taken on the form of a distinct language that was spoken the whole length of the region now known as Portugal. The oldest known documents in the Portuguese language date from the last quarter of the 12th century, about the time the Portuguese monarchy was founded. It was only in the 13th and 14th centuries, however, that it became a literary language and took on permanent form. A few words were introduced from the French and others from the Provençal, while translations from the Latin introduced many words and idioms from that language, partly, it is supposed, through the pedantry of the translators. The Spanish language, on account of its literary vogue, and on account of the proximity of its people and the similarity of the two tongues, necessarily reacted upon the Portuguese. This vogue was so marked that during the 16th and 17th centuries many Portuguese authors wrote in Spanish. The explorations of the Portuguese navigators into the newly discovered parts of the world led to the importation of some foreign words, and, at the same time, carried colonists and established the language in Asia, Africa, and South America. In the 16th century, the first Portuguese grammars were published by Fernão de Oliveira and João de Barros, and these works materially helped to fix the language. It is said that of the living languages of Latin origin, the Portuguese most closely resembles the Latin. This is due to the fact that Portugal, on account of its geographic position, has not been affected by contact with the rest of the world so much as Italy, France, and Spain. In recent years, however, the increased facilities for international communication, the demands of commerce, and the requirements of various enterprises and technical industries, and the spread of interest in certain sports, have caused the introduction of words from various foreign tongues. In many cases, the foreign words themselves have been adopted, but in others the words have been more or less modified. End of preface. Chapter 1 of A Brief Grammar of the Portuguese Language. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Leni. A Brief Grammar of the Portuguese Language by John Casper Branner. Chapter 1. Sounds and Accents. Alphabet. 1. The Portuguese alphabet is the same as the English, except that it contains no W. Following are the Portuguese names of the letters, together with their approximate pronunciations. A, B, C, D, E, F or F, G or G, H, I, E, J, K, L or L, M or me, N or ni, O, P, Q, R, or S, or C, T, U, V, X, X or X, Y, Z. Note: the letter W is only used in the foreign words in which it occurs. It is called W, very much as in English. Pronunciation. 2. Vowels. For the most part, the vowels are pronounced separately, so that each one forms a syllable. The only exceptions to this rule are the nasal diphthongs. The sounds of the vowels are characterized as long, short, open, closed, and nasal. Sounds of the vowels. Phonetic value. A long, approximating the English. A in further. Example: sofá. A short. In but. Boca. Festa. A nasal. Manso. The A sounds differ in quantity rather than quality. E, open. E, in health. Café, so accented. E close. E, in table. Selo, sometimes accented as merci. E short or mute. In winter. Caráter. E nasal, e in paint, pente. I long, e in bee, frio. I short, I in it, quase. I nasal, E in pin, injusto. O, open, O in not, po, so accented. O, close, O in note, boa, avô, so accented. O short or mute, O in block. Locação, cravo. O nasal, O in long, pompa. U long, U in blue, Peru. U short, U in boot, only shorter, tribo. U nasal, U in room, tumba. U is silent when preceded by Q and followed by E or I, aqui. Y is pronounced E, as if it were I long. It is nasal when followed by M, as tímpano. Y is much used in Brazil in words of Tupi origin, as Ivaí, Apodi. Diphthongs. It is customary to regard as pure diphthongs such vowel combinations as AE in pai, AI in vai, AU in pau, EI in lei, EO in deu, EU in breu, OE in herói, IU in viu, OI in boi, UI in fui. It is to be noted, however, that these combinations are pronounced not as single sounds, but as if the letters were sounded separately, yet with a slight abbreviation from the full values of the separate vowels. The true diphthongs are known in Portuguese as the nasal diphthongs. These are ãe, as in mãe, ão, as in mão, oin, as in põe, ui, as in muito. Muito, however, is a unique case. 4. Nasal sounds. There are nasal sounds for most of the vowels. These are indicated either by the nasal diphthongs or by the single vowels followed by M or N, as tão or tão, bem, sim, bom, These words are pronounced as if they ended with an English ng, in which the G is not heard. Tão is pronounced nearly as if written TOWNG, with the NG sound omitted or cut short. Bem is pronounced as if written B-E-N-G, but without the G being sounded. As if written O-O-N-G, but omitting the G sound. All syllables ending in eng, in, on, and have the nasal sound, whether at the end of a word or followed by a consonant. 5. Consonants. The consonants not mentioned here are pronounced as in English. B is silent in sujeito, subject, pronounced as if written sujeito, and in sujeitar, an old form of sujeitar. C with the cedilla, cedilha, is soft as in French. The cedilla is used to soften the sound of C before A, O, and U. Calças. C is silent when followed by T or C. Ativo. Ação. Except convicto, pacto, fricção, convicção. CH has the sound of SH in she. Chá. Before consonants and in words of Greek origin, it has the sound of K. Cristo. G is hard before A, O, and U in all cases. Before E, I, and Y, it has the sound of the French J. Gelo. When G would ordinarily precede E or I, U is added before those vowels in order to give or preserve the hard sound. Entregar, to deliver, has entregue for the past participle, thus preserving the hard G sound. G, when followed by N, is silent in the words sinal, ensinalar, in words beginning with a sign, as assinar, assinatura. H has no sound of its own in Portuguese. It is not a letter, properly speaking, but an etymological mark or sign. It has a value, however, in connection with C, L, N, and P, which see. J is pronounced as in French, like G in mich. LH is pronounced like li in million. In writing and printing, these two letters belong to the syllable whose vowel follows and must be kept together. The syllables of cordilheira are cor-di-lhe-ra. Of filha, they are filha. M at the end of a word or syllable is nasal. Bem is pronounced as if spelled B-E-N-G, but without the final G sound. Bendito. In some words, the M is apparently silent on account of the nasal sound. Dano. N never ends a word in Portuguese, except irmã, sister, imã, magnet, hífen, colon, and certain antiquated forms like cristã, for cristã. When it precedes final S, it is nasal. NH is sounded like ni in union, that is, like the Spanish en tilde, the Italian GN or the French GN. Banho, bath. Lenha, firewood. In syllabication, these two letters, when so pronounced, always belong with the vowel that follows them. Lenha is divided le-nha. There are a few words, however, which are compounded of the prefix an or in which the nh is not so pronounced or written, such as anidro, inábil, inalar, inibir, inumano. P is silent before T. Pronto. Escrito. Except that the P is pronounced in captar, raptar, optar, repto, and mentecapto. In isenção, also the P is silent. PH is pronounced like F. Fotografia. Q is always followed by U and always has the sound of K. QU varies somewhat. Before N and O, the U is sounded as quando. But before E and I, the U is used with the Q only for the purpose of producing or preserving the K sound, and is therefore not heard. Quer. Aqui. Exceptions. The U is sounded in consequência, frequente, equestre, antiquíssimo. It is also allowable to sound the U in questão. R has two sounds. When it begins a word or is double, it is rolled, as in French or Spanish. Rio. Erro. In other positions, it is pronounced by striking the tongue lightly against the roof of the mouth, almost as if pronouncing the letter D. Arara. Except that the single R is rolled after L, M, N, S. Honrar. Tenro. Genro. Henrique. Melro. Chilrar. S has the soft or hissing S sound and that of soft Z. It has the Z sound when it stands between vowels. Rosa. Casa. Except in cases of compound words where it has the S sound. It has the soft S sound in most other cases. TH has a sound of T. Teoria. W is used only in foreign words and should be pronounced as in the language from which those words are taken. X has several sounds, as follows. 1. Like the English KS in words ending in X, X, and UX. Fixar, and its compounds and derivatives. Flexão, and related words such as flexibilidade. And sexo, fluxo, máximo, and lexicologia. Index and appendix are pronounced indes and appendiz in addition. Note: there are, however, some local differences in the pronunciation of some of these words. Flexão, properly pronounced flexão, in Bahia is pronounced flechão. 2. Like S when followed by C, T, or P. Extenso. Exceto. 3. Like Z when preceded by E and followed by a vowel or by H and a vowel. Exemplo. Exército. Exausto. It is like double S or C cedilla in trouxe, ansiedade, sintaxe, defluxo. 5. At the beginning of words and in places other than those mentioned above, it is pronounced like the English SH. Most cases fall under this rule. Xarope, ex-ministro, baixo, lixo. Dialectical. 6. In certain parts of Portugal, one hears many pronunciations that are purely dialectical. In Minho, for example, the people generally say binho instead of vinho, wine, and soldado instead of soldado, soldier. In Trás-os-Montes, they say chapéu for chapéu, hat, chave for chave, key, gente for gente, folks. The caipiras, or backwoodsmen of the state of São Paulo in Brazil, have a similar pronunciation, which was probably introduced from Portugal. See the example quoted in the exercise at page 166. In Portugal, as a rule, the quantity of the short syllables is perceptibly shorter than in Brazil. Sobrado, perigo, and pessoa are so pronounced in full in the latter country, while in Portugal they are commonly pronounced sbrado, perigo, and pessoa. The D is pronounced in Brazil nearly as it is in the English language, but in Portugal it frequently has a strong resemblance to the English TH in these, so that desde in Portugal sounds very like desde, and dedo like dedo, the TH being soft like that in though. 7. Slang. Like other languages, Portuguese has its slang words or expressions. Such words and expressions are called calão, gíria, or geringonça. Some of them are not Portuguese, but simply fantastic expressions. For the most part, however, they are the ordinary words of the language used in some figurative or special sense. For example, estar na bagagem literally means to be in the baggage, but it is a slang expression used in regard to a person who is behindhand or who is a slow coach. Manda-chuva, one who orders the rain, is slang equivalent to the American expression political boss. Accent marks. 8. The cedilla is used with C to show that the letter has the soft C sound. The tio is used to show that the vowel over which it is placed is a nasal. It is only used over A and O. The acute accent and the circumflex are used. 1. to show the position of the tonic accent, especially in homonyms, where there is a chance of mistaking one word for another, as esta, this, and está, it is, séria, serious, and seria, would be. 2. To indicate contractions, em relação a for a ideia, with regard to the idea. Note, the omission of the accent sometimes entirely changes the meaning of a sentence. For example, matar a sede means to quench one's thirst, while matar a sede means to kill with thirst. In the second sentence, the a is a contraction of the preposition a, by or with, and the article a, the. 3. To indicate what are called open and close sounds of the vowels e and o. Café, mercê, paletó, avô. Tone accent. 9. Tone accent is a matter of so much importance in Portuguese that it is often quite impossible to understand the spoken language when the accents are improperly placed. Take as an illustration the word sabia. The accent may make it sábia, a learned woman. Sabia, I knew or he knew. Or sabia, the Brazilian robin. This kind of a case is not exceptional. In speaking the language, therefore, it is of the utmost importance that the accent be properly placed. The tone accent always falls on one of the last 3 syllables. There is an apparent exception to this rule in the enclitic monosyllables which are joined to certain other words, as digo-lhe, I tell you, gostá-lo, to like it. In these instances, the addition of this enclitic does not change the position of the accent, even when it falls on the syllable preceding the antepenult. Example, fala-se-lhes. A. There are no short and compact rules for guidance in the placing of the tone accent, and to almost every rule formulated there are many exceptions. The greatest number of words have it on the penult, fewest have it on the antepenult. The following suggestions may be found useful. For the accents of verbs, see the models at paragraph 107, pages 72-75. B. The following words take the accent on the final syllable. 1. Those ending in the nasal diphthongs. Except bênção, frangam, órfão, and órgão. Ãos, ães, ões. 2. Words ending in I, except álcali, espermacete, quase. L, except words of Latin origin ending in ilis, as dócil, fácil, hábil, útil, and those ending in vel, amável, agradável, crível, nível. In, are, except açúcar, cadáver, câncer, caráter, éter, júnior, mártir, néctar, sulfur, and a few foreign words like repórter and revólver. U except tribo. Y except júri, Tilbury. Z. C. The following have the accent on the penult. 1. Erudite forms from the Greek ending in ia, as democracia, geologia, filosofia, autopsia, etc., except the following, which take it on the antepenult: comédia, polícia, enciclopédia, geodésia, estratégia, necromância, farmácia. 2. Words ending as follows. List of words having the accent on the penult. Ending: aco, aca, velhaco, aço, aça, bagaço, acho, acha, despacho, ato, ata, contato, ado, ada, delgado, ade, idade, ago, aga, estrago, age, agem, estalagem, aldo, ribaldo, alo, ala, except escândalo, sândalo, alho, alha, soalho, ama, panorama, ame, arame, ampo, ampa, estampa, ansa, balança, anco, anca, alavanca, ando, anda, contrabando, anho, anha, campanha, ano, ana, porcelana, anto, anta, adianta, ante, abundante, arco, arca, comarca, ardo, arda, mostarda, argo, amargo, aro, amparo, except, pássaro, arro, arra, cigarro, aço, aça, devasso, asto, asta, nefasto, haste, contraste, ato, ata, combata, ate, abacate, avo, ava, escravo, acho, acha, se, acho, isso, essa, aconteça, edo, eda, brinquedo, ego, ega, except, tráfego, eiro, ferreiro, eito, respeito, eite, leite, ejo, eja, gracejo, hélio, evangelho. Elo, ela, cancelo, cancela. Elo, cogumelo. Emo, extremo. M, leme. Except, íngreme. Ensa, nascença. Endo, enda, legenda. Enho, enha, engenho. Enso, ensa, imprensa. Ense, cearense. Ento, enta, alimenta. Ente, presente. Erso, erça, conversa. Erto, erta, concerto. Essa, impressa. Esto, modesto. Eto, eta, completo. Et, canivete. Exa, perplexa. Exa, baronesa. Isse, velhice. Except, ápice, vértice, óbice. Ixo, rabicho. Isso, issa, roliço. Ife, Recife. Igo, iga, except, código. Pródigo. Ilho, ilha, quartilho. Ilo, ila, crocodilo. Imba, cacimba. Indo, inda, tamarindo. Ingo, inga, domingo. Ino, ina, pepino. Into, inta, precinto, precinta. Inte, ouvinte. Ique, alambique. Ira, caipira. Isco, isca, marisco. Ismo, isma, fatalismo. Iso, paraíso. Isto, ista, revista. Istro, registro. Ite, limite. Except, trâmite. Ivo, iva, objetivo. Ixo, ixa, sufixo. Iso, isa, prejuízo. Oa, canoa. Except, nódoa, névoa. Osso, ossa, almoço. Ode, pagode. Ogo, oga, fogo. Oito, oita, biscoito. Olho, olha, escolho. Olo, ola, viola. Except, frívolo. Malévolo. Olto, olta, revolta. Olvo, revolvo. Oma, diploma. Ombo, omba, quilombo. Ona, azeitona. Onça, geringonça. Ondo, onda, redondo. Maribondo. Onga, oblonga. Onha, vergonha. Risonha. Ono, abandono. Onto, onta, afronta. Onte, horizonte. Oque, reboque. Ora, espora. Except, víbora. Ânfora. Cânfora. Orso, orça, esforça. Orma, reforma. Orme, conforme. Orno, orna, contorno. Orro, orra, cachorro. Orto, horta, morto. Horte, consorte. Oso, caprichoso. Osso, colosso. Osto, hosta, desgosta. Oto, ota, gafanhoto. Terremoto. Ote, serrote. Uco, uca, caduco. Maluco. Udo, uda, agudo. Ude, altitude. Saúde. Ugem, ferrugem. Uega, noruega. Ulho, ulha, embrulho. Umo, uma, resumo. Ume, betume. Uno, una, gatuno. Uno, una, aluno. Undo, unda, fecunda. Unho, unha, testemunho. Unto, unta, defunta. Upo, upa, chalupa. Uque, batuque. Uro, ura, figura. Urro, urra, empurra. Uso, usa, confusa. Abuso. Usto, usta, robusta. Arbusto. Uto, uta, enxuto. Uto, fruto. Upto, corrupto. Di, The following take the accent on the antepenult. 1. Masculine nouns from the Greek, such as astrônomo, geólogo, filósofo. 2. Absolute superlatives in imo, ilustríssimo, ótimo. 3. Words ending as in the following. List of words having the accent on the antepenult. Ácio, palácio. Áculo, espetáculo. Áfico, biográfico. Aia, raia. Halo, fio. Escândalo, except badalo. Ânsia, abundância. Ândega, alfândega. Ânia, subterrânea. Ânico, vulcânico. Ântico, romântico. Ástico, ástica, elástica. Ático, ática, aquático. Eio, eia, passeio. Élico, evangélico. Ência, corpulência. Ênito, congênito. Érico, érica, genérica. Éreo, érea, matéria. Except bateria. Érrimo, misérrimo. Ético, ética, magnético. Étrico, étrica, geométrica. Fugo, centrífugo. Geno, gena, indígena. Ício, ícia, sacrifício. Íce, superfície. Ículo, ícula, agrícola. Ídio, ídia, suicídio. Ífero, montífero. Ífico, magnífico. Ígero, belígero. Ílio, exílio. Ínio, ínia, domínio. Írio, íria, delírio. Ítico, ítica, política. Ítimo, ítima, legítimo. Ívoro, carnívoro. Ódico, metódico. Ógico, lógico. Ógio, relógio. Except elogio. Ógrafo, geógrafo. Ólico, ólica, diabólico. Óleo, espólio. Ólogo, geólogo. Ônico, ônica, carbônico. Ônio, ônia, demônio. Ônimo, ônima, anônimo. Ore, árvore. Mármore. Órico, órica, categórico. Óreo, ória, história. Except, categoria. Ótico, ótica, narcótico. Úncio, úncia, pronúncio. Úndio, úndia, gerúndio. Únio, importúnio. Úo, melífluo. Except amuo. Úria, penúria. Úsculo, maiúsculo. E. There is a natural tendency in Portuguese to avoid placing the accent as far back as the antepenult, so much so that words thus accented are called esdrúxulos, a word of Italian origin sdrucciolo, slippery, which is used figuratively in Portuguese to mean odd, strange, extravagant. The esdrúxulos are few in number and are nearly all erudite forms. Quantity: 10. The tonic or accented vowels are always long. The atonic or unaccented ones are generally short. Útil, agradável. Syllabication: 11. In syllabication, a. Diphthongs cannot be separated. b. Monosyllables cannot be divided. c. The consonant combinations LH, NH, RH, and PH cannot be separated from each other or from the following vowels with which they form syllables: manhã, batalha, filosofia. D. A consonant between vowels belongs with the second one: nariz, bárbaro. E. G and Q followed by U remain with the vowel that follows: guindaste, qualquer. F. Double consonants are separated: belo, aflito. G. Mute letters C in CH, T in TH, G in GN, T in CT, T in PT go with the following vowel: arquitetura, panteísmo, sinal, fruto, cativo, isento. H. In nasal syllables, M and N generally belong with the preceding vowel: bendito, manso, dançar. I. But when the M is followed by N, both of these letters belong with the following vowel: sono, dano. J. Compound words are divided according to their elements: substantivo. Capital letters: 12. The rules for capitals are the same in general as in English, except that adjectives derived from proper names and eu, I, are not written with capitals, save for some other reasons, such as at the beginning of a sentence: francês, French, inglês, English. This rule is not invariable, however, and one sees the proper adjective sometimes with the capital and sometimes without. The use of the capital in such cases is regarded by some authors as more strictly the Portuguese custom. In addressing persons as senhor, senhora, vossa senhoria, vossa santidade, etc., it is the custom to begin these words with capitals, but capitals are not used when a person is referred to without the name, as o senhor engenheiro tomou conta da estrada. Orthography. 13. Portuguese orthography is remarkably phonetic, and after a little practice one can usually spell correctly words heard for the first time. The etymology of the words, however, is not lost sight of, though some writers adhere more closely to the etymology while others tend towards phonetic simplification. The only exceptions to the phonetic writing of vowel sounds are: 1. The unaccented O is generally pronounced like U, short, as bonito. 2. Unaccented E is often pronounced like I, short, as doce. A. The following will serve as examples of words spelled in different ways. For present purposes, either spelling may be regarded as correct. Aprender. To learn. Aproximar. To approach. Caridade. Charity. Comigo. With me. Dito. Sad. Idade. Age. Igreja. Church. Escola. School. Escrito. Written. Lugar. Place. There are also many antiquated forms found in old books, such as he for is, uma, with an h, for uma, a or one, são for são, are. B. It is to be expected that the spelling of the present day should differ considerably from that of the 16th century, but aside from these differences one finds certain variations, called syncretic forms, that often puzzle the beginner. These come chiefly from the equivalence of the diphthongs o and oi. The following is a list of the most common syncretic forms. Either form is allowable. Açoite. Açoite. Whiplash. Cousa. Coisa. Thing. Couro. Coiro. Leather. Doudo. Doido. Crazy. Dous. Dois. Two. Lousa. Loisa. Paving slate. Multa. Moita. Coppice. Noite. Noite. Night. Ouro. Oiro. Gold. Tesouro. Tesouro. Treasure. Vindouro. Vindoiro. Future. C. On the whole, the tendency is toward the phonetic spelling, a tendency that has lately received much fresh impulse. These variations, however, are not to be regarded as license to spell words in any way. End of chapter. Chapter 2 of A Brief Grammar of the Portuguese Language. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Leni. A Brief Grammar of the Portuguese Language by Casper Branner. Chapter 2. Articles. definite article. 14. The definite article has gender and number to agree with its noun. Singular masculine, u. Singular feminine, a. English, the. Plural masculine, os. Plural feminine, as. English, the. The Spanish form of the definite article is used in two instances: el rey, the king, and el dorado. 15. Contractions. The articles combine with certain prepositions as follows. A. To, combines with the different forms of the article, making ao, a, aos, and as, to the. B. De, of, combines with them, forming do, da, dos, and das, of the. C. In, combines with them to form nu, na, nos, and nas. In the, instead of em, u, em, a, etc. D. Per, by, combines with them, forming pelo, pela, pelos, and pelas. By the. Polo and pola are antiquated forms. Use of the definite article with prepositions. A, to. Masculine singular, ao. Feminine, a. Masculine plural, aos. Feminine plural, as. To the. G. Of. Masculine singular, do. Feminine singular, da. Masculine plural, dos. Feminine plural, das. Of the. In. Masculine singular, nu. Feminine singular, na. Masculine plural, nos. Feminine plural, nas. In the. Per, by. Masculine singular, pelo. Feminine singular, pela. Masculine plural, pelos. Feminine plural, pelas. By the. 16. Syntax of the definite article. The definite article is used as a determinative. O menino, the boy. O bom, the good. It is used before certain proper geographical names, especially those of rivers, mountains, seas, etc. A França, France. O Tejo, the Tagus. Os Andes, the Andes. O Atlântico, the Atlantic. In Brazil, this rule is not universally followed. The names of the states of Paraíba and Bahia are used with the feminine article, while the article is not generally used with the names of the states of Pernambuco, Alagoas, Sergipe, São Paulo, Santa Catarina, Minas Gerais, and Mato Grosso. It is used familiarly before the names of persons. Onde está o João? Where's John? O Guimarães chegou. Guimarães has come. It is used before pronouns and possessive adjectives. O meu chapéu. My hat. A tua vontade. Thy will. In this case, the article may be omitted in familiar style. It is also omitted in speaking of one's skin, as meu pai, my father, not o meu pai, unless emphasis is required when it is used. It is inserted before nouns used in a general sense, where, in general, all, every, may be understood. O ouro é mais precioso que a prata. Gold is more precious than silver. It is used to indicate time and season. Às 2 horas. At 2 o'clock. No inverno. In winter. It is used before nouns of weight and measure. 2.000 réis o quilo. O metro. 2.000 réis a kilo, a meter. It is used before the names of languages. Estudando o português. Studying Portuguese. Entendo o francês. I understand French. It is used after verbs denoting possession. Estou com as mãos sujas. My hands are soiled. Tenho os olhos pretos. He or she has black eyes. It is used after todo, in both numbers. Todo homem é mortal. Or, todos os homens são mortais. All men are mortal. It is used before certain titles. O Sr. Costa. O Coronel Sampaio. It is omitted before the titles Sua Majestade, His Majesty, Vossa Alteza, Your Highness, Vossa Senhoria. It is omitted before numerals used as titles. Carlos V, Charles V. It is omitted with appositional nouns. É filho do coronel. He is the son of the colonel. Indefinite article. 17. The indefinite article has gender and number to agree with its noun. Singular masculine, Singular feminine, uma. English, an. Plural masculine, uns. Plural feminine, umas. English, some. 18. Contractions. The indefinite article combines with in, forming num, numa, nuns, and numas. in place of em, etc. It also combines with de, of, forming dum, though this is generally written d'. The old form of the indefinite article was uma with an h. The indefinite article has a negative form, nenhum, none, which still retains the h that one often sees in the old forms. A. Syntax of the indefinite article. The indefinite article always precedes its noun or its substantive adjective, as uma pessoa, a person, desconhecido, an unknown person. B. The indefinite article is omitted. 1. Before predicative nouns, denoting what a person is. Seu amigo é general. His friend is a general. Ele assentou praça. He enlisted. 2. After verbs of possession or denoting condition. Estou com fome. I'm hungry. Tenho bom apetite. I have a good appetite. 3. After various indefinites. Outro. Tal. Certo. Tanto. Semelhante. Etc. Tal dia. Tal noite. Such a day, such a night. Foi sem dizer palavra. He went without saying a word. 4. After an exclamatory que. Que bela noite! What a fine night! End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of A Brief Grammar of the Portuguese Language. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Leni. A Brief Grammar of the Portuguese Language by John Casper Branner. Chapter 3, Nouns. Inflection. 19. Portuguese nouns have no case forms. They distinguish in form only between singular and plural. Plural formation. 20. The plural is formed by adding s to the singular. Amigo, friend, plural amigos. Casa, house, plural casas. To this rule there are the following exceptions. 1. Final m changes to n before the final s. Homem, men, plural homens. 2. Final x and x change to ice before the final s. Index, plural índices. Appendix, plural appendices. 3. Final r and z add e before the final s. Mar, sea, plural mares. Cruz, cross, plural cruzes. 4. Final ao, ou, and u are changed to ais, ois, and uis. Sal, salt, plural sais. Dedal, thimble, plural dedais. Anzol, fish hook, plural, anzóis. Paú, swamp, plural, pauís. Except that cônsul, mal, cal, real, money, have for plurals cônsules, males, cales, and reis. 5. Final L is changed to eis. Papel, paper, plural, papéis. Anel, ring, plural, anéis. Mel, honey, becomes either mês or melis. 6. Final il, when the word has the acute accent, it's changed to is. Barril, barrel, plural, barris. Funil, funnel, plural, funis. When, however, the word has the grave accent, the final il is changed to eis. Dócil, docile, plural, dóceis. Fóssil, fossil, plural, fósseis. A. Nouns ending in ão form the plural in 3 ways. 1. Most nouns ending in ão change ão to ões. Ação, ações. 2. A few add s to the singular. These are mão, irmão, pagão, órfão, órgão, sótão, temporão, vão. 3. A few others change ão to ães. Escrivão, notary, plural, escrivães. These are alemão, cão, capelão, capitão, catalão, charlatão, deão, ermitão, escrivão, guardião, pão, sacristão, tabelião. B. Nouns ending in s have the same form in the plural. O pires, os pires, the saucers. O cais, os cais. The keys, except Deus, cós, and simples, drug, become deuses, causes, simplices. C. When the accent of a word ending in ão is grave, the plural is always in ãos. Órgão, organ, plural, órgãos. And similarly, bênção, blessing, acórdão, sentence of accord, sótão, attic. 21. Plurals only. Many nouns are used only in the plural. Such are algemas, fetters, alvíceras, rewards, anais, annals, arredores, environs, calças, trousers, calendas, calends, ceroulas, drawers, confins, confines, completas, compline, exéquias, funeral rites, expensas, costs, férias, holidays, manes, shades, matinas, matins, nonas, nones, núpcias, nuptials, trevas, darkness, víveres, provisions. 22. Compound words. Compound words generally have the plural form for the final word when one of the components has an adverbial sense. Salvo-conduto, plural, salvo-condutos. Línguas neolatinas, Neo-Latin languages. Jornais luso-brasileiros, Portuguese Brazilian journals. Guarda-sol, sunshade, plural, guarda-sóis. Contraveneno, antidote, plural, contravenenos. A. Compound words take the plural in both parts when they both represent functions belonging to the noun. Surdo-mudo, deaf-mute, plural, surdos-mudos. B. As in English, some nouns are plural but are used only in a singular sense. Montes Claros fica na planície. Montes Claros is on the plain. Compound words united by de usually take the plural in the first part only. Flor de lis, plural, flores de lis. C. Plural nouns that take the article, however, are used in the plural. Os Alpes ficam na Suíça. The Alps are in Switzerland. Os Estados Unidos fizeram guerra. The United States made war. 23. Varied meanings. Some names change their meaning with the change of number. These correspond to similar changes that take place in the English language, as illustrated by the words iron and irons, liberty and liberties. Bem, well, good. Bens, property. Corte, court. Cortes, Congress, tribunals. Dote, dowry. Dotes, accomplishments. Ferro, iron. Ferros. Shackles. Filho, son. Filhos, children or sons. Honra, honor. Honras, solemnities. Letra, letter. Letras, literature. Liberdade, liberty. liberdades, impertinence, molhado, wet, molhados, groceries, pai, father, pais, parents, parte, part, partes, parties, judicial, seco, dry, secos, dry goods, zelo, zeal, zelos, jealousy. Gender of nouns. 24. Gender is grammatical, and all nouns are either masculine or feminine. Footnote. Neuter gender. Strictly speaking, there is no neuter gender in Portuguese, but certain words have been called neuter and also common gender by some grammarians. Such forms are the impersonal definite pronouns isso, isto, aquilo, and tudo. The cardinal numbers also have no gender except uma, dois, duas, and those compounded of cento, as duzentos, duzentas, trezentos, trezentas. End of footnote. The gender of words is sometimes determined by meaning and at other times by termination. There are no rules covering all cases, and there are many exceptions to those given below. 25. Masculine. The following are masculine. 1. Nouns denoting males and their offices and occupations. O homem, the man. O cavalo, the horse. Juiz, judge. Pai, father. Note: in the names of animals having two genders, the masculine form is generally used to designate the species. O lobo, the wolf. 2. Nouns not implying sex distinction and ending in a with acute accent. Sofá, tafetá, chá. Except a pá, shovel or spade. Except chaminé, fé, galé, maré, ré, sé. Except lei, law, grey, flock. Short or mute. This does not refer to the ending ão. Accented o, for the most part. The following, however, are feminine: enxó, adze, mó, millstone, avó, grandmother, filhó, cake, ilhó, islet. Except cal, lime, catedral, moral, pastoral. Except ordem, order, and those ending in gen. Except colher, spoon, cor, color. Dor, pain. Flor, flower. S, except those used only in the plural and ending in ais. Andas, arrais, cócegas. And a few in eis. Preces, efemérides. 3. Nouns ending in ote and umi are generally masculine. Examples: dote, chicote, lume, costume, betume. 4. Infinitive verbs are masculine when used as substantives. O andar do cavalo, the gait of the horse. 5. Masculine are the names of seas, rivers, lakes, and mountains, of the letters of the alphabet, of the numbers, the months, the points of the compass, and the notes in music. 26. Feminine. The following are feminine. A. Nouns denoting females and their names and occupations. A vaca, the cow. Mãe, mother. Costureira, seamstress. Rainha, queen. B. Note: in cases of sex distinction, there are generally two forms, as moço, young man, moça, young woman. Poeta, poet, poetisa, poetess. There are, however, some words which have the same form for both genders, such as mártir, jovem, and tigre, which may be either masculine or feminine. C. In some cases there is no masculine form of a noun. Rã, frog, abelha, bee, formiga, ant, águia, eagle, onça, panther, cobra, snake, truta, trout, mosca, fly. When it becomes necessary in such cases to indicate sex, it is done by use of the word macho, male, or fêmea, female. O salmão macho, the male salmon, or a onça fêmea, the female panther. O corvo macho, the male crow. D. Nouns not implying sex distinction ending in a or an, except dia, day, mapa, map, and words from the Greek ending in ma. Aroma, clima, climate, diploma, dogma, emblema, idioma, poema, tema, problema, sintoma, epigrama. Ade, as caridade, charity. Ude, as virtude, except alaúde, ataúde, açude, almude, grude. gen, except página, page, and selvagem, savage, which may be of either gender. Ye, as planície. 27. Common terminations. The following terminations are common to both genders. Words ending in ais, masculine, alcatraz, ananás, antraz, cabais, cartaz, gás, lilás, rapaz. Feminine, pais, tenais. Ex, masculine, arnês, convés, freguês, jaez, mês, peixe, revés, xadrez. Feminine, altivez, honradez, fez, mudez, pequenez, rapidez, redondez, reis, solidez, surdez, tez, timidez, torquez, vez. Is, masculine, almofariz, giz, matiz, nariz, país, pleuriz, tapiz, verniz. Feminine, buiz, cerviz, cicatriz, codorniz, matriz, perdiz, raiz, sobrepeliz. Ois, masculine, albornoz, algoz, aljaróis, arroz, cadóis, cós, retróis. Feminine, foz, nós, vós. Us, masculine, alcaçuz, alcatruz, arcabuz, capuz, cuscuz, lapuz, obus. Feminine, cruz, luz. I, masculine, broche, café, cárcere, códice, corte, dente, epítome, tapete, traquete, vale, vértice. Feminine, arte, ave, chave, corte, crise, fé, fome, libré, lide, nave, neve, ponte, ralé, rede, saúde, sé, sebe, sede, sege, torre, torrente. Masculine. 1. Augmentatives, even though derived from feminine original. Examples: caixão, from caixa, portão, porta, mulherão, mulher. 2. Those in and not derived from words of the third declension of the Latin: coração, grão, sabão, sifão, trovão. Feminine. Words so ending derived from words of the third declension in the Latin: ação, constituição, dicção, execução, feição, instituição, legião, lentidão, mansidão, multidão, opinião, rebelião, região, resolução, servidão, solidão, união. But, pão, from panis, and sermão, from sermo, are both masculine. 28. Nouns of opposite sex. Nouns denoting individuals of opposite sex may be either related, unrelated, or identical. They are: a. Related, when the feminine form is derived from the masculine either 1. By adding a to the masculine form: autor, author, autora, authoress, cantor, singer, male, cantora, singer, female, inglês, Englishman, inglesa, Englishwoman, senhor, gentleman, senhora, lady. Note: a few nouns in R have two feminine forms, as lavrador, lavradora, or lavradeira. Cantor, cantora, or cantatriz. There's also a tendency to change final or to eira, as trabalhador, trabalhadeira. 2. By changing final o or i to a, as hóspede, guest, male, hóspeda, guest, female. Mano, brother, mana, sister. Mestre, teacher, male. Mestra, teacher, female. Moço, young man. Moça, young woman. Parente, kinsman. Parenta, kinswoman. 3. By changing the terminal to inha, essa, esa, nesa, ola. Barão, baron, baronesa, baroness. Conde, count, condessa, countess. Galo, cock, galinha. Hen, espanhol, Spaniard, espanhola, Spanish woman. Príncipe, prince, princesa, princess. B. Related but irregular forms of nouns of opposite sex are the following: avô, grandfather, avó, grandmother. Dom, sir, lord. Dona, lady. Frade, friar, antic freire. Freira, nun. Ladrão, thief, ladra. Woman thief. Peru, turkey cock. Perua, turkey hen. Rapaz, lad. Rapariga, girl. Rei, king. Rainha, queen. Réu, defendant. Ré, female defendant. C. Unrelated when not derived from the same word. Boi, ox. Vaca, cow. Cavalo, horse. Égua, mare. Genro, son-in-law. Nora, daughter-in-law. Pai, father. Mãe, mother. D. Identical when the same word may be of either gender. Camarada, masculine or feminine. Companion. Jovem, masculine or feminine, a young man or a young woman. Guia, guide. Sentinela, sentinel. 29. Closely similar related nouns. The Portuguese contains many nouns that are related in form and meaning, yet distinct in sex and significance. Following are some of these words. Masculine: bago, barco, bodo, caneco, cântaro, carreiro, cerco, cesto, cevo, chuço, cimo, cinto, corno, encosto, fabrico, folho, fosso, friso, fruto, gorro, grito, horto, jarro, lanço, lenho, madeiro, marujo, modo, pago, poço, ponto, porto, ramo, ribeiro, rio, saco, saio, sapato, tacho, taleigo, trilho, troco, valo, veio. The feminine forms differ only in ending in a instead of u. In each case, these nouns contain the same fundamental idea, but the sense of the feminine form is more general, while that of the masculine is more specific. For example, fruta is used for fruit in general, while fruto refers to one kind of fruit. Madeiro is one kind of madeira, wood, and bago is one kind of a baga, berry. Footnote: Júlio Ribeiro, in his Gramática Portuguesa, page 84, says that the feminine form of several of these words indicates always an increase of volume or size. End of footnote. 30. Similar unrelated nouns. There are other words that bear a similar resemblance to each other, but which have no genetic relations and have widely different meanings. Such are banho, bath, banha, lard, barro, clay, barra, bar of stream, caso, case, casa, house, espinho, thorn, espinha, spinal column, but espinhas de peixe. Fish bones. Escolho, cliff. Escolha. Choice. Peito. Breast. Peita. Bribe. Prato. Plate. Prata. Silver. Queixo. Jaw. Queixa. Complaint. Solo. Soil. Sola. Sole leather. The same word sometimes occurs as a noun, adjective, or verb. In such cases, the nature of the word is indicated by the context. 31. There are still other words that are spelled precisely alike, but differ from each other in gender and in meaning. Following are some of these words: o capital, principal, money, a capital, chief city, o crisma, ointment, a crisma, sacrament of confirmation, o cura, curate, a cura, cure, o guarda, warder, a guarda, care, o língua, interpreter, a língua, tongue, o lente, lecturer, a lente, lens, o sota, groom, a sota, queen at cards. Qualifying suffixes. 32. Suffixes are extensively and effectively used to modify and extend the meaning of nouns and adjectives, and even of verbs. In these cases, the meaning of the parent word is carried over in some modified form to the new word. It should be noted, however, that these suffixes do not have, as a rule, such exact meanings as do the prefixes. Most of the suffixes are directly from the Latin, while ista, ismi, ichi, and isar are from the Greek. Only the more important of them can be mentioned here. Ada, limão, lemon, limonada, lemonade, marmelo, quince, marmelada, marmalade. Footnote. This word has been adopted into the English language with a meaning very different from its original one, which was a preparation from the quince. End of footnote. Mulher, woman, mulherada, a lot of women. Baixo, low, baixada, low ground. Faca, knife, facada, a knife cut. Agem, homem, man, homenagem. Homage, vassalo, vassal, vassalagem, vassalage. Ao, café, coffee, cafezal. Field of coffee. The Z in cafezal is for the sake of euphony. Banana, banana, bananal. Field of bananas. milho, corn, milharal, field of corn, ado, cônsul, consul, consulado, consulate, sida, rei, king, regicida, killer, formiga, ant, formicida, killer, aria, cavalo, horse, cavalaria, cavalry, porco, hog, porcaria, filth, ário, botica, apothecary's shop, boticário, apothecary, eiro, eira, mina, mine, mineiro, miner, chá, tea, chaleira, tea kettle or kettle. The L in chaleira is for euphony. Ense, Brasil, Brazil, brasiliense, Brazilian. Ex, França, France, francês. French. Exa, rico. Rich, riqueza. Riches, pobre, poor, pobreza, poverty. Ude, quieto. Adjective, quiet, quietude. Noun, quietude. Udo. This suffix expresses abundance or intensity, as cabeça, head, cabeçudo. Big-headed, pig-headed. Beiço, lip, beiçudo. Thick-lipped. Orar. To orate, orador. Orator. Falar. To talk, falador. Talker. Trabalhar. To work, trabalhador. Laborer. 33. Many other suffixes are so nearly like forms in English that they will be recognized, such as those ending in ficar, corresponding to the English fi. Clarificar, to clarify. Purificar, to purify. Classificar, to classify. Others ending in mente, corresponding to the English ending li, as grandemente, grandly, claramente, clearly, escuramente, darkly, and in ista, corresponding to the English ist, as capitalista, a capitalist. Dentista, socialista, etc. Many words ending in ódio correspond approximately to English words ending in ore. Consistório, repertório. Many endings in ico correspond to the English ending ic, as artístico, simbólico. Many in ável, ével, and ível correspond to the English endings able and ible, as notável, venerável, indelével, risível, terrível. The termination ivo often corresponds to the English iv, as instrutivo, executivo. 34. The infinitives of verbs are often used as plural nouns. Dizer, to say, os dizeres, the sayings. Poder, to be able, os poderes, the powers. Augmentatives. 35. Augmentatives are formed by the addition of the suffixes ão, arão, assa, anha, as, azio, and ona, as here illustrated. Casa, house, casarão, big house. Monte, hill, heap. Montanha, mountain. Mulher, woman, mulheraça, big woman. Porta, door, portão. Gate. Rapaz, boy, rapagão, big fellow. Rato, rat, ratão, big rat. Nariz, nose, narigão, big nose. A. An additional augmentative effect is produced by giving a masculine ending to a feminine noun. Mulherão, an enormous woman or an Amazon. B. The augmentative sometimes convey an idea of ridicule or irony. For example, ratão is used as a slang expression for a queer fellow. Diminutives. 36. Diminutives are formed by the use of the following suffixes: inho, inha, livro, book, livrinho, little book. Zinho, zinha, mão, hand, mãozinha, little hand. Eto, eta, folha, leaf, folheto. Pamphlet. Ito, ita, mosca. Fly, mosquito. Net. Ote, câmara. Room, camarote. Cabin on ship. Ola, fazenda. Estate, fazendola. A small farm. Ulu, ula, corpo. Body, corpúsculo. Molecule. Hino, ina, pequeno. Small, pequenino. Very small boy. Ete, pobre. Poor, pobrete. Rather poor. Ilho, cinto. Belt, cintilho. Hatband. In, câmara. Room, camarim. Dressing room, a theater. Ela, costa, side, costela, rib, ejo, lugar, place, lugarejo, small town, isco, chuva, rain, chuvisco, drizzling rain. 37. A still further arbitrary diminutive effect is produced by a repetition or drawing out of the syllables of the usual diminutives, as pequenininho or pequeninozinho, very, very small. 38. Another class of diminutives includes certain proper names. These, however, do not always imply smallness, but they are used as terms of endearment or compassion, and as nicknames. The names for José are Zé, Zezé, Zeca, Zezinho, Josézinho, Zequinho, Juca, Juquinha, Joca, Casuso, Zusa, Zuca, Zuzu. For Francisco are used Chico, Chiquinho, Xixi, Francisquinho, and Francisquito. For Ana are used Aninha, Aninhas, Anazinha, Naninha, Nicota, Anicota, Anica, Anoca, Nanoca, Aniquita, Naná, Na, and Nazinha. For João, they are Janjão, Joãozinho, Joca, Joaninho, Noca. For Maria, they are Mariquinha, Maroca, Mariazinha, Marica, Mariquita. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of A Brief Grammar of the Portuguese Language. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Leni. A Brief Grammar of the Portuguese Language by John Casper Branner. Chapter 4. Adjectives. 39. The adjectives have gender, number, and degree of comparison. A. They agree in gender and number with their nouns. Mulher sensata, a sensible woman. Homens velhos, old men. B. When mesmo and próprio are used in connection with a pronoun, they must agree with the noun so represented. Eu mesmo, or eu mesma, according as the speaker is masculine or feminine. C. When there's more than one noun, the adjective usually agrees with the last one. Desejos e virtudes puras. Pure aims and pure virtues. D. When the nouns have different numbers, the adjective is generally plural. Os soldados e o seu chefe cheios de coragem. The soldiers and their leader full of courage. E. There may be a plural noun with singular adjectives expressing parts as as gramáticas portuguesa, francesa e inglesa. Plural. 40. Adjectives form their plurals like nouns. Bonito, handsome, feminine, bonita. Plural, bonitos. Feminine, bonitas. Fácil. Easy, plural, fáceis. For the various plural endings, see paragraph 20. Feminine. 41. Adjectives have the feminine in a or remain unchanged according to the following rules. A. Adjectives with the masculine ending in o change that vowel to a. Belo, fine, feminine, bela. B. Adjectives ending in ão either drop the o as são, feminine, sã, or change the ão to ona as chorão, chorona, sabichão, sabichona, valentão, valentona. C. Adjectives ending in r except particular, singular, and comparatives which are unchanged add a. Encantador, charming, feminine, encantadora. D. Proper adjectives ending in z and l add a. Francês, feminine, francesa. French, espanhol, feminine, espanhola. Spanish. E. Those ending in eu change to é. Hebreu, feminine, hebreia. Hebrew, but judeu becomes judia. And sandeu becomes sandia. Those ending in u add a. Cru, feminine, crua. Nu, feminine, nua. F. Other adjectives have the same form in both genders. Fácil, masculine and feminine, easy. Feliz, masculine and feminine, happy. Azul, masculine and feminine, blue. Melhor, masculine and feminine, better. Cortês, masculine and feminine, courteous. Prudente, masculine and feminine, prudent. Ruim, masculine and feminine, bad. G. The following, however, are irregular. Masculine, bom. Feminine, boa, good. Masculine, mau. Feminine, má, bad. Comparison. 42. The regular comparative adjectives are formed by placing mais, more, or menos, less, before the positive. Escuro, dark, mais escuro, darker, or menos escuro, less dark. 43. The relative superlative is formed by placing the definite article before the comparative form. O mais escuro, the darkest. 44. The absolute superlative is derived directly from the Latin and has the termination imo. The precise formation varies according to the termination of the positive from which it is derived. 1. When the positive ends in ao, il, ar, or u, add íssimo. Natural, naturalíssimo. Hábil, habilíssimo. Singular, singularíssimo. Cru, cruíssimo. 2. When the positive ends in vel, that ending becomes bilíssimo. Notável, notabilíssimo. 3. When the positive ends in on or the M is changed to N before the final íssimo. Bom, boníssimo. Comum, comuníssimo. 4. When the positive ends in ão, that termination becomes aníssimo. São, saníssimo. But cristão, cristianíssimo. 5. When the positive ends in ais, is, ois, the final z is changed to c before the íssimo. Audaz, audacíssimo. Feliz, felicíssimo. Veloz, velocíssimo. 6. When the positive ends in e or o, these terminations change to íssimo. Excelente, excelentíssimo. Alto, altíssimo. A. Positives ending in co and go, change those letters to qu and gu before íssimo in order to retain the hard sounds. Rico, riquíssimo. Vago, vaguíssimo. B. The following are exceptional absolute superlative forms derived from Latin roots. Acre, acérrimo. Amigo, amicíssimo. Áspero, aspérrimo. Célebre, celebérrimo. Cristão, cristianíssimo. cruel, crudelíssimo, difícil, dificílimo, doce, dulcíssimo, fácil, facílimo, fiel, fidelíssimo, frio, frigidíssimo, livre, libérrimo, mísero, misérrimo, nobre, nobilíssimo, pobre, paupérrimo, colloquial, pobríssimo, sábio, sapientíssimo, sagrado, sacratíssimo, salubre, salubérrimo. Table of comparison. Positive, alto. High. Comparative, mais alto. Higher. Absolute superlative, altíssimo. Highest. Relative superlative, o mais alto. The highest. Grande. Great. Mais grande. Grandíssimo. O mais grande. Seco. Dry. Mais seco. Sequíssimo. O mais seco. C. In colloquial Portuguese, certain superlative forms are used to strengthen an expression or statement, as mesmíssima coisa. Precisely the same thing. See paragraph 93. One even hears such expressions as coisíssima nenhuma. Not the slightest thing, though, strictly speaking, a noun does not admit of such comparison. Portuguesíssimo is sometimes used to mean very thoroughly Portuguese. D. The absolute superlative may also be expressed by the use of various adverbs, muy or muito, very, bastante, quite, or sumamente, exceedingly. E. The relative superlative takes de, of, o mais valente de todos, the bravest of all. F. Comparatives of superiority or inferiority take que, de que, and do que. Then, mais belo do que a rosa, more beautiful than the rose. Certain other comparatives take de, há mais de 20 anos, menos de uma légua, more than 20 years ago, less than a league. G. The forms maior, greater, menor, smaller, pior, worse, melhor. better, are followed by que. Maior que a serra, bigger than the mountain, but the forms superior, inferior, interior, and exterior take a, to, instead of que. Ele é inferior a seu irmão. He's inferior to his brother. Irregular comparisons. 45. Several irregular adjectives derive their comparative and their absolute superlative forms directly from the Latin, but the relative superlative is formed in the usual way by placing o, the, before the comparative. Positive, bom. Good. Comparative, melhor. Absolute superlative, ótimo. Relative superlative, o melhor. Mal. Bad, pior. Péssimo. O pior. Grande. Great, maior. Máximo. O maior. Alto. High. Superior. Supremo. O superior. Baixo. Low, inferior. Ínfimo, o inferior. Muito, much, mais. No absolute superlative. Relative superlative, o mais. Pequeno, small, menor. Mínimo, o menor. Pouco, little, menos. No absolute superlative. Relative superlative, o menos. Augmentative and diminutive adjectives. 46. Augmentative and diminutive adjectives are formed like augmentative and diminutive nouns. Novo, new, novinho. Quite new. For rules, see paragraph 35 and 36. The adjectives, like the nouns, are often used as terms of endearment. Bonitinho, from bonito. Pretty is often used to mean quite pretty, very pretty, or pretty little dear. Syntax of nouns and adjectives. 47. In general, the noun precedes the adjective. Homem trabalhador. A working man. 48. This order may be inverted. Mau sinal. Or sinal mau. A bad sign. This inversion, however, is not arbitrary, but is determined by emphasis, the rule for which cannot be fully stated, but must be acquired by observation and practice. 49. In general, the adjective precedes when it denotes a quality which necessarily belongs to the noun, and when the adjective and noun might almost be regarded as a compound word. 50. The adjective follows when it denotes a quality to which special attention is directed, but when the attention is to be directed to the noun and the adjective is of minor importance, the adjective precedes the noun. 51. The following cases illustrate the difference in meaning due to the position of the adjective. Boa noite. Good night. Noite boa. A fine night. Certo dia. A certain day. Dia certo. A fixed day. Certo relógio. A certain clock. Relógio certo. A clock that keeps good time. Pobre homem. Poor man. Homem pobre. A man who's poor. Bom ano. A prosperous year. Ano bom. New Year. Santa Casa. A hospital. Casa Santa. A sacred house. Nosso Padre. Our priest. Padre Nosso. The Lord's Prayer. Simples homem. A mere man. Homem simples. A plain man. Grande homem. An eminent man. Homem grande. A large man. A. In the cases cited, the expressions are readily translatable, but in many instances the distinctions do not admit of such brief definitions. In the following cases the English translation given is inadequate and explanations are required that cannot be given briefly. Altos céus and céus altos. High heavens. Santos Padres and Padres Santos. Holy Fathers. Primeira causa and causa primeira. First cause. Longos dias and dias longos. Long days. 52. In certain cases, inversions are not allowed. In the following instances, for example, the words must be in the order given, as if they were compounds. Deus Padre, God the Father, estrela fixa, a fixed star, mão direita, the right hand, deputado federal, federal deputy, congressman, ilustríssimo senhor, most illustrious Mr., Código Civil, the civil code. 53. The words pouco, little, and muito, many, much, when used as adjectives, usually precede their nouns. Poucas coisas. A few things. Há poucos dias. A few days ago. Muito barulho. Much noise. 54. The adjectives hungry, thirsty, sleepy, and cold are expressed by the use of estar com, and the nouns meaning hunger, etc. Estou com fome. Sede. Sono. Frio. I am hungry, thirsty, sleepy, cold. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of A Brief Grammar of the Portuguese Language. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Leni. A Brief Grammar of the Portuguese Language by John Casper Branner. Chapter 5. Numerals. 55. The Cardinals. Feminine, uma. Dois. Feminine, duas. Três. Quatro. Cinco. Seis. Sete. Oito. Nove. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, or 21, 22, or 22, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 101, or 101, 102, or 102, 200, feminine, 200, 300, feminine, 300, 400, feminine, 400, 500, feminine, 500, 600, feminine, 600, 700, feminine, 700, 800, feminine, 800, 900, feminine, 900, 1000. Footnote: the word conto, which formerly meant a million in counting, is used only with réis. Conto de réis. 1,000 mil-réis. End of footnote. 1001, or 1001, 2000, or 2000, 1,000,000. 56. The cardinal numbers have the same form for both genders, except in the cases of uma, 1, dois, duas, 2, and those ending in centos, or centas. 57. The cardinal numbers are often used in place of the ordinals, especially to denote the days of the month, except primeiro, the first, as hoje é sete, today is the 7th, página 20, page 20, século XVIII, for 18º século, the 18th century. 58. Except when used in place of the ordinals, the cardinals always precede the noun. Há 20 dias. 20 days ago. The ordinals. 59. The ordinal numbers are variously derived. 1. By the use of the suffix eiro, primeiro, first, terceiro, third. 2. From the Latin forms segundo, second, sexto, sixth. 3. By the use of the suffix ésimo, vigésimo, 20th, centésimo, 100th. A. The ordinals have gender and number like other adjectives. B. The ordinals are used either as nouns or as adjectives. Sexto, a sixth, or uma sexta parte, a sixth part. Segundo, however, is not used for a half, nor terceiro, for a third when fractions are meant. See fractions, paragraph 61. Primeiro, first. Segundo, second. Terceiro, third, etc. Quarto, quinto, sexto, sétimo, oitavo, nono, décimo, décimo, 11º, duodécimo, 12º, 13º, 14º, 15º, 16º, 17º, 18º, 19º, 20º, 21º, 22º, 30º, 40º, 50º, 60º, 70º, 80º, 90º, 100º. 60. Inflection. Of the cardinals 2, and multiples of cento, duzentos, feminine duzentas, are treated as adjectives. The ordinals are all treated as adjectives except as indicated at paragraph 59b. 61. The fractions. Half, metade, metade do dinheiro, half of the money, meio, or meia, meia hora, half an hour, a third, terço, or terça, uma terça parte, two-thirds, dois terços, or duas terças partes, a fourth, quarto, or uma quarta parte, three-fourths, três quartos, a fifth, quinto, a sixth, sexto, a seventh, sétimo, 1/8, oitavo, 1/9, nono, a tenth, décimo. A. In the reading of fractions above tenths, the suffix avo, derived from the term oitavo, is used to express the divisor. 1/11, onzeavo, or a décima parte. 9/11, nove onzeavos. 1/12, dozeavo. 1/20, vinteavo. 13/20, 13 vinteavos. 41/54, 41 cinquenta-e-quatro-avos. 1/100th, centésimo. 1,000th, milésimo. 62. Multiplication. The word vez, time, is used with the cardinal numerals to express multiplication. Uma vez, or simples. Once. Duas vezes. Twice. Três vezes. Three times, etc. Example: 3 vezes 3 são 9. 3 times 3 are 9. A. These expressions are also used. Dois tantos. Twice as many. Três tantos. 3 times as many. Outros tantos. As many more. B. Proportionals. Dúplice. Dobrado. Dobro. Duplo. Double. Triple. Tríplice. Triplicado. Triplo. Três dobrado. Três dobro. Triple. quádruplo, quadruple, décuplo, tenfold, cêntuplo, a hundredfold, uma dúzia, a dozen, vintena, a score, centenares, hundreds, milhares, thousands, múltiplo, many times. 63. Numeral substantives. Cento, 100, mil, 1,000, milheiro, 1,000. The fractions and the proportional numbers are treated as substantives. 64. Idioms. The following are illustrations of idioms in common use in connection with the numerals. Que horas são? What time is it? São 3:15. It is 3:15. É 1h. It's 1 o'clock. Faltam 20 para 3. Colloquial. It lacks 20 minutes of 3. A quantos estamos hoje do mês? What day of the month is it? Hoje é dia 15. Or, hoje é 15. This is the 15th. Quantas léguas são daqui à cidade? How many leagues is it from here to the city? São 2. It is 2. Que idade tem o senhor? How old are you? Literally, what age has the gentleman? Tenho 20 e tantos anos. I am 20-odd years old. 8 dias. A week, literally 8 days. 15 dias. A fortnight, literally 15 days. Há 20 anos. 20 years ago, also these 20 years. Há coisa de 20 anos. Some about 20 years ago. Há 2 horas. 2 hours ago. And these 2 hours. Daqui a 15 dias. A fortnight hence. The days of the week are numbered from Monday to Friday, as follows. Domingo, Sunday, segunda-feira, Monday, terça-feira, Tuesday, quarta-feira, Wednesday, quinta-feira, Thursday, sexta-feira, Friday, sábado, Saturday. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of A Brief Grammar of the Portuguese Language. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Leni. A Brief Grammar of the Portuguese Language by John Casper Branner. Chapter 6. Pronouns. Personals. 65. There are the usual 3 personal pronouns, but in Portuguese the third person is generally used in place of the second in direct address, with the exceptions noted below. Strictly speaking, there is no declension in Portuguese. The personal pronouns, however, retain in all persons so many traces of their Latin declensions that they have the appearance of being declined, and are so given by some grammarians. The objective forms vary according as they are used with or without prepositions. First person. Subject form. Eu. I. Objective form without preposition. Me. With preposition. Mim. Migo. Me. Subject form. Nós. We. Objective form without preposition. Nos. With preposition. Nós. Nosco. Us. Second person. Subject form. Tu. Thou. Objective form without preposition. Ti. With preposition. Ti. Tigo. Thee. Subject form. Vós. You. Ye. Objective form without preposition. Vos. With preposition. Vós. Vosco. Ye. Third person. Subject form. Ele. Ela. He, she, it. Objective form without preposition. O. A. Lu. Lá. Lhe. With preposition. Ele. Ela. Him, her, it. Subject form. Eles. Elas. They. Objective form without preposition. Os. As. Luz. Las. Lhes. With preposition. Eles. Elas. Them. Reflexive. Objective form without preposition. Si. With preposition. Si. Sigo. Themselves. A. Lhe. Lhes. To him, to her, to it, to them are always indirect or dative forms. B. U. A. Lu. Lá. Os. As. Luz. And las are always direct objective or accusative forms. C. Those used with prepositions admit of any preposition, except that when the preposition is com. With the forms migo, tigo, nosco, vosco, and sigo only are used as comigo, with me, contigo, with thee, etc. D. Ele, ela, etc. with the preposition de. Of are contracted to dele, dela, etc. With em, they are contracted to nele, nela, etc. 66. Use of the third person. In address, the third person is commonly used except to close friends, relatives, children, and domestics when tu may be employed. Persons may be addressed according to circumstances as Vossa Excelência, Your Excellency, Vossa Senhoria, Your Lordship, Vossa Mercê, Your Mercy, Your Grace, Você, a common abbreviation of Vossa Mercê, but one to be used only in cases of extreme familiarity, or as Senhor, Mr., and Senhora, Madam or Mrs. A. Until one becomes familiar with the use of these terms, the safest rule is to use Senhor and Senhora. B. In writing, these words are abbreviated as indicated at paragraph 147. C. Ordinarily, eu, I, is not used as in English, but is sometimes placed before or even after the verb for the sake of emphasis or clearness. The same is true of tu, thou, ele, he, ela, she, nós, we. Para ti sonhava eu sonhos de glória. For thee I dreamed dreams of glory. D. Vós, you, is only used in very formal discourses and as a vocative in prayers, etc. It is not used colloquially as in English. See paragraph 66. Tu, thou, is also used as a vocative. Reflexive personal pronouns. 67. Reflexive. The reflexive forms of the personal pronouns are me, a mim, me to me, ti, a ti, thee to thee, si, a si, himself to himself, nos, a nós, us to us, vos, a vós, you to you, si, a si, themselves to themselves. Third person, singular and plural. Direct object, si, himself, herself, itself, themselves. Indirect object, si, si, to himself, herself, itself, or themselves. Consigo, with himself, herself, itself, themselves. 68. Duplication. Duplication is common in classic Portuguese. By its use, attention is redirected to an idea. Que me importa a minha glória? In what does glory concern me? Or, what is glory to me? Aconteceu-me a mim. It happened to me. Such expressions do not admit of literal translations into English. 69. Syntax of the personal pronouns. The personal pronouns are used both as direct and indirect objects. Direct. Ele me repreendeu. He reprehended me. Indirect. Ele me deu o livro. He gave me the book. 70. The same thing occurs with the other pronouns, except that in the third person the indirect object is expressed by lhe, while the direct is o, a, os, and as. Direct. Repreendeu-o. He reprehended him. Indirect. Deu-lhe o livro. He gave him or her the book. 71. The direct object is used after transitive verbs. the indirect after intransitives. Viu. I saw him. Obedeci-lhe. I obeyed him or her. 72. The pronouns me, ti, si, lhe, nos, vos, and o are called proclitic, mesoclitic, or enclitic, according as they precede, are inserted within, or follow the verb. A. They precede the verb, are proclitic. 1. In negative sentences. Não me fale. Não o creio. 2. In phrases depending upon que, o qual, quem, cujo. Quem o chamou? A mulher que se ama. 3. In certain popular expressions. Deus me livre. O diabo te leve. 4. When used with the conjunctions que, porque, and pois que, the rule has many exceptions. B. They are inserted in the verb between the stem and termination, are mesoclitic, in the future indicative and conditional. Dir-lhe-ei. I will tell him, instead of direi-lhe. Dir-se-ia. Instead of diria-se, it would be said. C. They always follow the verb, are enclitic, at the beginning of a phrase. Resta-me agradecer-lhe. Diga-me. Faça-me o favor. D. In the mesoclitics and enclitics, the pronoun is separated from the verb by a hyphen or hyphens. E. The enclitics do not affect the position of the accents of the verbs. 73. When two pronouns come before a verb, the subject precedes. Mandou que tu lhe entregasses o livro. He directed that you should give him the book. 74. Se and si refer to the subject. Pedro falou de si. Pedro spoke of himself. Você quer tudo para si. You want everything for yourself. Leve a espingarda consigo. Take the gun with you. For the use of the reflexive pronoun with verbs, see paragraph 126. 75. Comparison. After terms of comparison, the nominative pronoun is used. Mais sério que eu. More serious than I. Possessives. 76. The possessive pronouns are inflected like adjectives and agree in gender and number with the object possessed. They all take a in the feminine and s in the plural. Possessive pronouns. Singular. Masculine, meu. Feminine, minha. Plural. Masculine, meus. Feminine, minhas. English, my, mine. Masculine, teu. Feminine, tua. Masculine, teus. Feminine, tuas. English, thy, thine. Masculine, seu. Feminine, sua. Masculine, seus. Feminine, suas. English, his, her, hers, its, their, theirs. Masculine, nosso. Feminine, nossa. Masculine, nossos. Feminine, nossas. English, our, ours. Masculine, vosso. Feminine, vossa. Masculine, vossos. Feminine, vossas. English, your, yours. 77. Inasmuch as the third person is used in direct addresses, seu, sua, seus, and suas are generally used in place of vosso, etc. for your and yours. A casa é sua. The house is yours. 78. Possession is also expressed by the use of a preposition as a casa é dele. The house is his. A casa é deles. The house is theirs. 79. The place of the possessive is before the noun as in English. Meu cavalo. My horse. 80. In certain cases, the possessive placed after the noun is equivalent to the personal pronoun with de. Notícias tuas. De ti. News of, about you. Important distinctions of this kind are illustrated by the example. Saudades tuas means saudades for you, while tuas saudades means the saudades you have for someone else. 81. Possessives are not used with parts of the body as in English. Cortou-me o braço. He cut my arm is used instead of cortou meu braço. In some cases, the possessives are omitted as in English, as venho de casa is used instead of venho de minha casa. I come from home. Vou para casa. I'm going home. 82. At the same time, the bold use of the possessive is occasionally emphatic. Estou na minha casa. I am in my own house. Deixa-me com a minha dor. Leave me with my grief. 83. The possessive seu, sua, seus, suas, his, her, or your is used also idiomatically and colloquially to express uncertain value or quantity. Tem seus 20 anos. He or she is about 20 years old. The possessives may be replaced by various forms of the personal pronouns, and sometimes such expressions are considered more elegant. For the use of the article before possessives, see paragraph 16. Demonstratives. 84. The demonstrative pronouns may be used either with or without their nouns. When used with them, they precede the nouns, agreeing with them in gender and number. Singular, masculine, este. Feminine, esta. Masculine, estes. Feminine, estas. English, this, these. Masculine, esse. Feminine, essa. Masculine, esses. Feminine, essas. English, this, these. Masculine, aquele. Feminine, aquela. Masculine, aqueles. Feminine, aquelas. English, that, those. 85. Isso, isto, and aquilo are neutral forms of the demonstratives used to refer to a preceding idea, expression, or subject, and may be regarded as equivalents of essa coisa or essas coisas, esta coisa, aquela coisa. They have neither feminine nor plural forms, nor are they used to refer to persons or animals. 86. The difference between este and esse in their various forms is that the first is used to refer to that which is near the speaker, while the second refers to that which is near the person addressed. 87. The forms o, a, os, as are identical with the definite articles in forms, sounds, and origins. They are used as the equivalents of aquele, aquela, aqueles, aquelas, when followed by a determining expression. A província de Minho é a que tem mais vegetação entre as de Portugal. Literally, the province of Minho is that which has most vegetation among those of Portugal. 88. When these forms are preceded by the preposition a, they combine with it, forming ao, aos, a, and as do the definite articles. Preceded by em, they similarly form no, na, nos, nas, and preceded by per, they form pelo, pela, pelos, and pelas. Determinatives. 89. The determinatives have gender and number, except tal, which has no gender distinction. Singular, masculine, outro. Feminine, outra. Masculine, outros. Feminine, outras. English, other. Masculine, mesmo. Feminine, mesma. Masculine, mesmos. Feminine, mesmas. English, same, self. Masculine, tanto. Feminine, tanta. Masculine, tantos. Feminine, tantas. English, so many, as many. Masculine, tal. Feminine, tal. Masculine, tais. Feminine, tais. English, such. Outrem is an invariable form, meaning outra pessoa or outras pessoas. 90. The demonstrative pronouns este, esse, aquele, etc. with outro form estoutro, essoutro, aqueloutro, with the corresponding feminine plural forms. 91. E outro. Literally, one and other means both. 92. Mesmo means same and self, as here illustrated. A mesma coisa. The same thing. O mesmo homem. the same man. It is used in connection with the personal pronouns to mean self. Eu mesmo, I myself, ela mesma, she herself, eles mesmos, they themselves, etc. It is also used in such expressions as é mesmo. That is true, it is just so. 93. Mesmíssimo is an augmentative form of mesmo, meaning precisely or exactly the same. É a mesmíssima coisa. It is precisely the same thing. Tal means such a one. Que tal? How is this? What do you think of this? Tal qual means just so. É tal qual. It is just so. It is just as you say. Não há tal. It is not true. It is no such thing. Não há tal lugar. There's no such place. 94. Fulano de tal is a name used for any fictitious person. It is often equivalent to the English John Doe or to Mr. What's-his-name. Fulão, Beltrano, and Cicrano are similarly used. Interrogatives. 95. The interrogatives are que, o que, what, que homens, what men, quem, who, quem é, who is it, qual, which, qual deles, which of them. It is not considered elegant nowadays to begin an interrogation with o que. Que tem? What have you? Not o que tem. Relatives. 96. Of the relative pronouns, quem refers to persons only. The other forms refer to either persons or things. They are que, who, what, that, no gender, quem, who, whom, qual, plural, quais, which, cujo, feminine, cuja, plural, cujos, cujas, whose. 97. O que, o qual, a qual, os quais, and as quais. Literally, the which mean what or that. These latter forms are used when the antecedent needs to be made clear or prominent. A glória de Deus, a qual não se pode escurecer. The glory of God which cannot, etc. O livro que está lendo. The book you are reading. But, o livro da biblioteca, o qual está lendo. The book of the library, the which you are reading. 98. Where quem would follow sem, o qual is used instead for the sake of euphony. Sem o qual não deve. Without which you should not. 99. Cujo is equivalent to do qual and is followed immediately by the object possessed. O soldado cujo cavalo foi morto. The soldier whose horse was killed. A. Cujo without antecedent and the object possessed, is a classic but archaic form of expression. Cuja é esta casa? Whose house is this? Instead, one would now say, de quem é esta casa? Literally, of whom is this house? Indefinite. 100. The indefinite pronouns may be classified as nouns or adjectives. A. The nouns are ao, invariable, something else, the rest, but little used. Alguém, invariable, someone. Algo, something, anything. Nada, invariable, nothing. Nenhum, feminine, nenhuma. Plural, nenhuns, neither. Ninguém, invariable, no one. Qualquer, plural, quaisquer. Either, whichever. Quem quer, anybody. Tudo, invariable, all. Uns, feminine, umas. Some. B. Algo, when used as a pronoun, refers to things and means alguma coisa. It is sometimes used as an adverb meaning algum tanto. Ele está algo doente. He is somewhat ill. Se, tudo, is a neutral form of todo. When followed by que, it requires the definite article, tudo o que ele disse. D. Nenhum may be used with an affirmative sense and is equivalent to qualquer in the expression mais que nenhum, more than anyone. E. A negative is strengthened by doubling the negation. Não sei nada. I know nothing. Não diz nada. He says nothing. F. The adjectives are algum, feminine alguma, plural alguns, algumas. Some, no. Cada, uma. Cada qual. Singular only, each, every. Certo, feminine certa, plural certos, certas. Certain, muito, feminine muita, plural muitos, muitas. Many. Outro, feminine outra, plural outros, outras. Other. Pouco, feminine pouca, plural poucos, poucas. Few, little. Quanto, feminine quanta, plural quantos, quantas. How much, how many, as much as. Tanto, feminine tanta, plural tantos, tantas. So much. Todo, Feminine, toda. Plural, todos. Todas. All, every. De, quanto, is used in correlation with tanto to mean as much as. Faço tanto quanto qualquer outro. I do as much as anyone else. Quanto pagou? How much did you pay? Quantas vezes foi lá? How often did you go there? Quanto antes? As soon as possible. H. Todo. With the article means the whole. Without the article, it means every. Toda cidade. Every city. Toda a cidade. All of the city. It is sometimes used as an adverb, but retains its gender for the sake of euphony. Ela está toda molhada. I, enquanto, means while. Espera enquanto eu tiro uma vista. Wait while I take a view. J, cada qual, and cada have approximately the same meaning. Cada qual stands next to the verb, however. Cada does not. Cada dos soldados andava. Or, cada qual andava. Each of the soldiers walked. 101. When a proposition has a negative sense, either algum may be placed after or nenhum before the noun. Homem algum poderá saber. Or, nenhum homem poderá saber. No man shall know. The first sentence is more emphatic than the second. 102. Certain idiomatic expressions have meanings analogous to those of the indefinite pronouns. Seja quem for. Seja qual for. Be who it may. Fosse quem fosse. Quem quer que fosse. Whoever it might be. Quem quer que seja. O que quer que é. Whoever it may be. A. De and de que are often used in the sense of something. Tenho de que comer e de beber. I have something to eat and to drink. B. The expression não há de que, used in reply to obrigado, muito obrigado, etc., is equivalent to the English not at all or the French pas de quoi. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of A Brief Grammar of the Portuguese Language. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Leni. Brief Grammar of the Portuguese Language by John Casper Branner. Chapter 7. Verbs, Part 1. 103. The Portuguese verbs are either transitive or intransitive, reflexive or impersonal. They have voice, mood, tense, number, and person. Conjugations. 104. The verbs have three conjugations, which are distinguished by the endings of the infinitives. First conjugation, ending ar. Infinitive, andar, to walk. Second conjugation, ending er. Infinitive, receber, meaning to receive. Third conjugation, ending ir. Infinitive, punir, to punish. 105. Regular and irregular verbs. Those verbs which are conjugated like one of the three types are called regular. Those which are not so conjugated or lack some of the parts are called irregular verbs. General terminations of the regular verbs. 106. The following are the terminations of all the forms of the regular verbs. These are to be added to the roots of the verbs, except in the cases of the future and conditional of the indicative, where the infinitive is used as the root. Indicative mood. Present tense. First conjugation. O, as, a, amos, as, Second conjugation. O, eis, e, emos, eis, em. Third conjugation. O, eis, e, imos, is, em. Imperfect tense. First conjugation. Ava, avas, ava. Avamos, aveis, avam. Second conjugation. Ia, ias, ia. Íamos, ieis, iam. Third conjugation. Ia, ias, ia. Íamos, ieis, iam. Preterite tense. First conjugation. Ei, aste, ou, amos, astes, aram. Second conjugation. I, este, eu. Emos, estes, eram. Third conjugation. I, iste, iu. Imos, istes, iram. Future tense. First conjugation. Ei, as, a. Emos, eis, Second conjugation. Ei, as, a. Emos, eis, Third conjugation. Ei, as, a. Emos, eis, The future endings are added to the infinitive. Conditional. First conjugation. Ia, ias, ia. Íamos, ieis, iam. Second conjugation. Ia, ias, ia. Íamos, ieis, iam. Third conjugation. Ia, ias, ia. Íamos, ieis, iam. The conditional endings are added to the infinitive. Pluperfect tense. First conjugation. ara, aras, ara, áramos, ares, aram. Second conjugation. Era, eras, era. Éramos, ereis, eram. Third conjugation. Ira, iras, ira. Íramos, irais, iram. Subjunctive mood. Present tense. First conjugation. E, es, e. Emos, eis, em. Second conjugation. A, as, a. Amos, ais, ão. Third conjugation. A, as, a. Amos, ais, ão. Imperfect tense. First conjugation. Assi, assis, assi. Assimos, asseis, assem. Second conjugation. Esse, esses, esse. Essemos, esseis, essem. Third conjugation. Isse, isses, isse. Issemos, isseis, issem. Future tense. First conjugation. Ar, ares, ar. Armos, ardes, arem. Second conjugation. Eres, er. Ermos, erdes, erem. Third conjugation. Ir, iris, ir. Irmos, irdes, irem. Imperative mood. Present tense. First conjugation. A, I. Second conjugation. E, ei. Third conjugation. E, I. Infinitive. Impersonal. First conjugation. Ah. Second conjugation. Er. Third conjugation. Ir. Personal. First conjugation. Ar, ares, ar. Armos, ardes, arem. Second conjugation. Eres, er. Ermos, erdes, erem. Third conjugation. Ir, iris, ir. Irmos, irdes, irem. Participles. Present participle. First conjugation. Ando. Second conjugation. Endo. Third conjugation. Indo. Past participle. First conjugation. Ado. Second conjugation. Ido. Third conjugation. Ido. Modal verbs. 107. The tone vowels in this table are indicated by italics. Indicative. Present. Falo. I speak. Falas. Fala. Falamos. Falais. Falam. Second conjugation. Devo, I owe. Deves, deve. Devemos, deveis, devem. Third conjugation. Parto, I depart. Partes, parte. Partimos, partis, partem. Imperfect tense. Falava, I spoke or was speaking. Falavas, falava. Falávamos, faláveis, falavam. Second conjugation. Devia, I owed or was owing. Devias, devia. Devíamos, devieis, deviam. Third conjugation. Partia, I departed or was departing. Partias, partia. Partíamos, partieis, partiam. Preterite tense. First conjugation. Falei, I spoke or have spoken. Falaste, falou. Falamos, falastes, falaram. Second conjugation. Devi, I owed. Deveste, deveu. Devemos, devestes, deveram. Third conjugation. Parti, I departed. Partiste, partiu. Partimos, partistes, partiram. Future tense. First conjugation. Falarei, I shall speak. Falarás, falará. Falaremos, falareis, falarão. Second conjugation. Deverei, I shall owe. Deverás, deverá. Deveremos, devereis, deverão. Third conjugation. Partirei, I shall depart. Partirás, partirá. Partiremos, partireis, partirão. Conditional tense. First conjugation. Falaria, I should or would speak. Falarias, falaria. Falaríamos, falaríeis, falariam. Second conjugation. Deveria, I should or would owe. Deverias, deveria. Deveríamos, deveríeis, deveriam. Third conjugation. Partiria, I should or would depart. Partirias, partiria. Partiríamos, partiríeis, partiriam. Pluperfect tense. First conjugation. Falara, I had spoken. Falaras, falara. faláramos, falareis, falaram. Second conjugation. Devera, I had owed. Deveras, devera. Deveramos, devereis, deveram. Third conjugation. Partira, I had departed. Partiras, partira. Partíramos, partireis, partiram. Subjunctive. The subjunctive is to be translated into English according to the context by may, can, must, might, could, would, and should. When it is used in place of the imperative, it is translated as a command or request. Present. First conjugation. Fale, I may speak. Fales, fale. Falemos, faleis, falem. Second conjugation. Deva, I may owe. Devas, deva. Devamos, devais, devam. Third conjugation. Parta, I may depart. Partas, parta. Partamos, partais, partam. Imperfect tense. First conjugation. Falasse, I should speak. Falasses, falasse. Falássemos, falasseis, falassem. Second conjugation. Devesse, I should owe. Devesses, devesse. Devêssemos, devesseis, devessem. Third conjugation. Partisse, I should depart. Partisses, partisse. Partíssemos, partisseis, partissem. Future tense. First conjugation. Falar, I should speak. Falares, falar. Falarmos, falardes, falarem. Second conjugation. Dever, I should owe. Deveres, dever. Devermos, deverdes, deverem. Third conjugation. Partir, I should depart. Partires, partir. Partirmos, partirdes, partirem. Imperative. Present tense. First conjugation. Fala, speak. Falai. Second conjugation. Deve, owe. Devei. Third conjugation. Parte, depart. Parti. Infinitive. Impersonal. Falar, to speak. Dever, to owe. Partir, to depart. Personal. First conjugation. Falar, falares, falar. Falarmos, falardes, falarem. Second conjugation. Dever, deveres. dever, devermos, deverdes, deverem. Third conjugation: partir, partires, partir, partirmos, partirdes, partirem. Participles: present participle. Footnote: some grammarians call this the gerund. And the footnote. First conjugation: falando, speaking. Second conjugation: devendo, owing. Third conjugation: partindo, departing. Past participle: falado, spoken. Devido, owed. Partido, departed. Observations on the regular verbs. 108. Formerly, the third person plural of the indicative present of the first conjugation ended in ão. Now it is written Only the future indicative retains the ão ending, except in short words where the ão is the predominant sound, as são, dão, ão. The following changes, A to G, are required by the necessity of preserving the hard or soft sounds. Verbs ending in A. CAR, change the C to QU before E. Arrancar. Preterite, arranquei. Present subjunctive, arranque. Ficar. Preterite, fiquei. B. GAR, change the G to GU before E. Apagar, apague. Jogar, jogue. Cegar, preterite, ceguei. Julgar, preterite, julguei. C. GER and GIR change the G to J before O and A. Abranger, abranjo. Fugir, fujo. Fuja. D. GUER and GUIR drop the U before A and U. Erguer, ergo. Distinguir, distingo. Except arguir. E. C cedilla, AR, drop the cedilla before E. Alcançar, alcance. F. CER, change C to C cedilla before A and O. Adoecer, adoeço. Adoeça. G. In the third conjugation, verbs that have U in the final syllables change it to O in the present. Consumo. Third person, consome. Destruo. Third person, destrói. Acudo. Third person, acode. Fujo. Third person, foge. Cuspo. Third person, cospe. Engulo. Third person, engole. Tuço. Third person, tosse. Bulo. Third person, bole. Cubro. Third person, cobre. subo. Third person, sobe. Sumo. Third person, some. Analogous changes are made in the first person of the present indicative of the following. Dormir becomes durmo. Servir, sirvo. Seguir, sigo. Impedir, formerly, impido, now, impeço. Auxiliary verbs. 109. The principal auxiliary verbs are ter, to have, and haver, ser, and estar, to be. These verbs, however, are not used exclusively as auxiliaries, while other verbs are often used as such, especially andar and ir, to go, and vir, to come. Ando procurando uma casa. I am looking for a house. A. Ter and haver, when used with an infinitive, require the preposition de. Tenho de escrever. Or, hei de escrever. I have to write. In such uses of these verbs, ter shows that the thing is done by necessity, as temos de morrer. We must die, while haver is used to indicate that it will be done with certainty, or the resolution to do it. Ter sometimes means to have, in the sense of possession, as tenho cavalo. I have a horse. Teve razão. He had reason, or he was right, but it is also used as an auxiliary verb, just as it is in English. B. These particular auxiliaries are often used in place of the regular future forms of the verbs. Hei de ir, for irei. Há de ir, for irá, etc. The hyphen is not always used before the de. It may be written há de ir. C. In the use of haver with the preposition de, the letter is joined to the verb form. Hei de escrever. Hão de dizer. D. In general, ter is used more than haver. E. When andar is used as an auxiliary, it is either followed by the present participle of another verb or by a and the infinitive, and conveys the idea that the subject of the first verb constantly practices the action implied by the second. José anda vadiando. Or, José anda a vadiar. Means that José is idling constantly. F. The verbs ir and vir, followed by the present participle of another verb, expresses the gradual realization of the action of the second verb. Vou acabando. I am gradually finishing. I am nearing the end. G. The verb ir, followed by the infinitive, expresses immediate future action. Vou passear. I'm going to take a walk. H. Haver is generally defined as meaning to have, but in the third person it is more nearly equivalent to the verb to be. For example, não há água. There's no water. Houve temporal. There was a storm. Se houvesse tempo. If there were time. Ser means to be, in a permanent sense. Sou americano. I am an American. It is used as an auxiliary, but only in the passive voice. A terra é cultivada. The land is cultivated. Estar means to be, in a transitory or temporary sense. Estou aqui. I am here. Estou com fome. I'm hungry. Estou doente. I am ill. But sou doente means I am ill beyond recovery. That is, I am an invalid. Estou cego. I am blind, temporarily. Sou cego. I am blind, permanently. Estar is sometimes used to indicate nearness in point of time, where ser indicates remoteness, as ele está morto. Means he has just died, whereas ele é morto implies that he died long ago. Sometimes either ser or estar can be used with equal propriety, as é claro que, or está claro que, it is evident that. The verb estar, followed by the preposition a or para and an infinitive, means that the action of the second verb is to take place shortly. Carlos está para casar. Charles is on the point of marrying. O vapor está a partir. The steamer is about to start. Estar a indicates an act in process at the time of the remark. Há mais de meia hora está aquele menino a chorar. For more than half an hour that boy has been crying. Vir, followed by the preposition a and an infinitive, expresses the same idea as would be expressed by the second verb in por fim. Estas palavras vêm a significar, or estas palavras por fim significam. In the end, these words mean, or these words amount to. The English auxiliary do has no equivalent in Portuguese. Conjugation of the auxiliary verbs ter, to have, haver, to be, to have, ser, to be, estar, to be. Indicative. Present tense. Tenho, I have. Tens, tem. Temos, tendes, tem. Haver, ei, has, há, havemos, haveis, hão. Ser, sou, I am. És, é. Somos, sois, são. Estar, estou, I am. Estás, está. estamos, estais, estão. Imperfect tense. Ter. Tinha. I had. Tinhas. Tinha. Tínhamos. Tinhais. Tinham. Haver. Havia. Havias. Havia. Havíamos. Havíeis. Haviam. Ser. Era. I was. Eras. Era. Éramos. Éreis. Eram. Estar. Estava. I was. Estavas. Estava. Estávamos. Estáveis. Estavam. Preterite tense. Ter. Tive. I had. Tiveste. Teve. Tivemos. Tivestes. Tiveram. Haver. Houve. Houveste. Houve. Houvemos. Houvestes. Houveram. Ser. Fui. I was. Foste. Foi. Fomos. Fostes. Foram. Estar. Estive. I was. Estiveste. Esteve. Estivemos. Estivestes. Estiveram. Future tense. Ter. Terei. Terás. Terá. Teremos. Tereis. Terão. Haver. Haverei. Haverás. Haverá. Haveremos. Havereis. Haverão. Ser. Serei. Serás. Será. Seremos. Sereis. Serão. Estar. Estarei. Estarás. Estará. Estaremos. Estareis. Estarão. Conditional. Ter. Teria. Terias. Teria. Teríamos. Teríeis. Teriam. Haver. Haveria. Haverias. Haveria. Haveríamos. Haveríeis. Haveriam. Ser. Seria. Serias. Seria. Seríamos. Seríeis. Seriam. Estar. Estaria. Estarias. Estaria. Estaríamos. Estaríeis. Estariam. Pluperfect tense. Ter. Tivera. Tiveras. Tivera. Tivéramos. Tivereis. Tiveram. Haver. Houvera. Houveras. Houvera. Houvéramos. houvereis, houveram. Ser, fora, foras, fora. Fôramos, foreis, foram. Estar, estivera, estiveras, estivera. Estivéramos, estivereis, estiveram. Subjunctive, present tense. Ter, tenha, tenhas, tenha. Tenhamos, tenhais, tenham. Haver, haja, hajas, haja. Hajamos, hajais, hajam. Ser, seja, sejas, seja. Sejamos, sejais, sejam. Estar, esteja, estejas, esteja. Estejamos, estejais, estejam. Imperfect tense, ter, tivesse, tivesses, tivesse. Tivéssemos, tivesseis, tivessem. Haver, houvesse, houvesses, houvesse. Houvéssemos, houvesseis, houvessem. Ser, fosse, fosses, fosse. Fôssemos, fosseis, fossem. Estar, estivesse, estivesses, estivesse. Estivéssemos, estivesseis, estivessem. Future tense, ter, tiver, tiveres, tiver. Tivermos, tiverdes, tiverem. Haver, houver, houveres, houver. Houvermos, houverdes, houverem. Ser, for, fores, for. Formos, fordes, forem. Estar, estiver, estiveres, estiver. Estivermos, estiverdes, estiverem. Imperative, present. Ter, singular, tem. Plural, tende. Haver, há, havei. Ser, se, sede. Estar, está, estai. Infinitive, impersonal. Ter, haver, ser, estar. Personal, ter, teres, ter. Termos, terdes, terem. Haver, haveres, haver. Havermos, haverdes, haverem. ser, seres, ser, sermos, serdes, serem, estar, estares, estar, estarmos, estardes, estarem. Participles, present participles, tendo, havendo, sendo, estando. Past participle, tido, havido, sido, estado. End of chapter 7, part 1. Section 8 of A Brief Grammar of the Portuguese Language. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Brief Grammar of the Portuguese Language by John Casper Branner. Section 8. Verbs, Part 2. Irregular verbs. 110. Some of the irregular verbs are so nearly regular that they are omitted from the following reference list of the verbs most commonly regarded as irregular. Such are verbs ending in air and air. These follow the succeeding models in the present indicative and subjunctive, but are otherwise regular. Sair, to go out. Indicative present. Saio, sais, sai. Saímos, sais, saem. Subjunctive present. Saia, saias, saia. Saiamos, saiais, saiam. Esvair, to disperse. Indicative present. Esvaio, esvais, esvai. Esvaímos, esvaís, esvaem. Subjunctive present. Esvaia, esvaias, esvaia. Esvaiamos, esvaiais, esvaiam. A. Note. The verbs sair, cair, and their compounds are generally written with H in those forms in which the SA and CA are followed by accented I or IR, in which cases the H is used to indicate that the A and I do not form diphthongs. B. Verbs ending in usir take us instead of usi in the third person of the present indicative. Produzir, to produce. Produz. Reluzir, to shine. Reluz. Reference list of the irregular parts of irregular verbs. 111. First conjugation. Dar, to give. Indicative present. Dou, dás, dá. Damos, dais, dão. Indicative preterite. Dei, deste, deu. Demos, destes, deram. Indicative pluperfect. Dera, deras, etc. Subjunctive present. De, des, de. Demos, deis, deem. Subjunctive imperfect. Desce, desses, etc. Subjunctive future. Der, deres, der. Dermos, derdes, derem. 112. Second conjugation. Caber, to hold, contain. Indicative present. Caibo, cabes, cabe, cabemos, etc. Indicative preterite. Coube, coubeste, coube, coubemos, etc. Indicative pluperfect. Coubera, couberas, etc. Subjunctive present. Caiba, caibas, caibamos, etc. Subjunctive imperfect. Coubesse, coubesses, etc. Subjunctive future. Couber, couberes, etc. Crer, to believe. Indicative present. Creio, cres, crê. Cremos, credes, creem. Subjunctive present. Creia, creias, creia. Creiamos, creiais, creiam. Imperative. Crê, crede. Dizer, to say. Indicative present. Digo, dizes, diz, dizemos, etc. Indicative preterite. Disse, disseste, dissemos, etc. Indicative future. Direi, dirás, dirá, etc. Indicative conditional. Diria, dirias, etc. Indicative pluperfect. Dissera, disseras, disséramos, etc. Subjunctive present. Diga, digas, digamos, etc. Subjunctive imperfect. Dissesse, dissesses, disséssemos, etc. Subjunctive future. Disser, disseres, etc. Past participle. Dito. Note: the following compounds of dizer are conjugated in the same way: bem dizer, condizer, contradizer, maldizer, and predizer. Estar, to be, see page 79. Fazer, to do, to make, from Latin facere. Indicative present: faço, fazes, faz, fazemos, etc. Indicative preterite: fiz, fizeste, fez, fizemos, etc. Indicative future: farei, farás, fará, etc. Indicative conditional: faria, farias, faria, faríamos, etc. Indicative pluperfect: fizera, fizeras, fizéramos, etc. Subjunctive present: faça, faças, faça, façamos, etc. Subjunctive imperfect: fizesse, fizesses, fizesse, fizéssemos, etc. Subjunctive future: fizer, fizeres, etc. Past participle: feito. Note: the following compounds of fazer are similarly conjugated: afazer, contrafazer, desfazer, perfazer, refazer, and satisfazer. Haver, see page 79. Jazer, to lie, to repose. Indicative present: jazo, jazes, jaz, jazemos, jazeis, jazem. Indicative preterite: jouve, antiquated. Ler, to read. Indicative present: leio, lês, lê, lemos, ledes, leem. Subjunctive present: leia, leias, leia, leiamos, leiais, leiam. Perder, to lose. Indicative present: perco, perdes, perde, perdemos, perdeis, perdem. Subjunctive present: perca, percas, perca, percamos, etc. Poder, to be able. Indicative present: posso, podes, pode, podemos, etc. Indicative preterite: pude, pudeste, pôde, or pôde, podemos, etc. Subjunctive present, possa, possas, possa, possamos, etc. Subjunctive imperfect, pudesse, pudesses, pudesse, etc. Subjunctive future, poder, poderes, etc. The imperative of this verb is wanting. Pôr, to put, to place. This word and its compounds have the peculiar infinitive ending or. It is, however, only a modification of its ancient form pôr. Indicative present, ponho, pões, põe, pomos, pondes, põe. Indicative preterite, pus, puseste, pôs, pusemos, pusestes, puseram. Indicative future, porei, porás, porá, poremos, poreis, porão. Indicative imperfect, punha, punhas, punha, punhamos, punheis, punham. Indicative conditional, poria, porias, poria, poríamos, etc. Indicative pluperfect, pusera, puseras, etc. Subjunctive present, ponha, ponhas, ponhamos, etc. Subjunctive imperfect, pusesse, pusesses, puséssemos, etc. Subjunctive future, puser, puseres, pusermos, etc. Present participle, pondo. Past participle, posto. Similarly are conjugated the compounds antepor, opor, compor, contrapor, dispor, impor, etc. Prazer, to please, impersonal. Indicative present, praz. Indicative preterite, prouve. Indicative pluperfect, prouvera. Subjunctive imperfect, prouvesse. Subjunctive future, prouvera. Querer, to wish. Indicative present, quero, queres, quer, queremos, etc. Indicative preterite, quis, quiseste, quis, quisemos, etc. Indicative pluperfect, quisera, quiseras, quiséramos, etc. Subjunctive present, queira, queiras, queiramos, etc. Subjunctive imperfect, quisesse, quisesses, quiséssemos, etc. Subjunctive future, quiser, quiseres, quisermos, etc. This verb has no imperative form, and the subjunctive is used in its stead. Requerer, to request. Indicative present. Requeiro, requeres, requer, requeremos, etc. Subjunctive present. Requeiras, etc. Imperative. Requere, requerei. Saber, to know. Indicative present. Sei, sabes, sabe, sabemos, etc. Indicative preterite. Soube, soubeste, soube, soubemos, etc. Subjunctive present. Saiba, saibas, saibamos, saibais, etc. Subjunctive imperfect. Soubesse, soubesses, soubéssemos, etc. Subjunctive future. Souber, souberes, etc. Ser, to be. See page 79. Ter, to have. See page 79. The following compounds of ter are similarly conjugated: abster, ater, conter, deter, entreter, manter, obter, reter, and suster. Trazer, to bring. Indicative present. Trago, trazes, traz, trazemos, etc. Indicative preterite. Trouxe, trouxeste, trouxemos, etc. Indicative pluperfect. Trouxera, trouxeras, trouxéramos, etc. Indicative future. Trarei, trarás, trará, etc. Indicative conditional. Traria, trarias, traríamos, etc. Subjunctive present. Traga, tragas, tragamos, tragais, etc. Subjunctive imperfect. Trouxesse, trouxesses, trouxéssemos, etc. Subjunctive future. Trouxer, trouxeres, etc. Valer, to be worth. Indicative present. Valho, vales, vale, valemos, etc. Subjunctive present. Valha, valhamos, valhais, etc. Ver, to see, from Latin videre. Indicative present: vejo, vês, vê, vemos, vedes, veem. Indicative preterite: vi, viste, viu, vimos, vistes, viram. Indicative pluperfect: vira, viras, víramos, vireis, etc. Subjunctive present: veja, vejas, vejamos, vejais, etc. Subjunctive imperfect: vici, vicis, víssemos, etc. Subjunctive future: vir, vires, virmos, etc. Past participle: visto. Similarly conjugated are the compounds antever, entrever, prever, and rever. 113. Third conjugation: despedir, expedir. See pedir below. Frigir, to fry. Indicative present: frijo, freges, frege. Frigimos, frigis, fregem. Past participle: frigido and frito. Ir, to go. Footnote: this is really a defective verb made up of parts of 3 different verbs. Ir, irmos, irdes, etc. from the Latin ire. Vou, vais, vão, etc. from the Latin vadere. Fui, fosse, for, etc. from fui, of the verb ser. Indicative present: vou, vais, vai, vamos or imos, ides, vão. Indicative preterite: fui, foste, foi, fomos, fostes, foram. Indicative future: irei, irás, irá, iremos, ireis, irão. Indicative imperfect: ia, ias, ia, íamos, ieis, iam. Indicative conditional: iria, irias, iria, iríamos, etc. Indicative pluperfect: fora, foras, fora, fôramos, etc. Subjunctive present: vá, vás, vá. Vamos, vades, vão. Subjunctive imperfect: fosse, fosses, fosse. Fôssemos, etc. Subjunctive future: for, fores, for, etc. Imperative present: vai, ide. Present participle: indo. Past participle: ido. Medir: to measure. Indicative present: meço, medes, mede. Medimos, medem. Subjunctive present: meça, meças, meça. Meçamos, etc. Ouvir, to hear. Indicative present: ouço, ouves, ouve. Ouvimos, ouvis, ouvem. Subjunctive present: ouça, ouças, ouçamos, ouçais, ouçam. Pedir, to ask. Indicative present: peço, pedes, pede, pedimos, etc. Subjunctive present: peça, peças, peça. Peçamos, peçais, peçam. The compounds despedir and impedir are conjugated in the same way. Remir, to redeem. Indicative present: redimo, redimes, redime. Remimos, remis, redimem. Subjunctive present: redima, redimas, redima. Redimamos, etc. Rir, to laugh. Indicative present: rio, ris, ri. Rimos, rides, riem. Subjunctive present: ria, rias, ria. Riamos, riais, riam. Vir, to come. Indicative present: venho, vens, vem. Vimos, vindes, vem. Indicative preterite: vim, vieste, veio, viemos, viestes, vieram. Indicative imperfect, vinha, vinhas, vinha, vinhamos, vinheis, etc. Indicative pluperfect, viera, vieras, viéramos, viereis, etc. Subjunctive present, venha, venhas, venhamos, etc. Subjunctive imperfect, viesse, viesses, viéssemos, etc. Subjunctive future, vier, vieras, viermos, etc. Past participle, vindo. In the same way are conjugated the compounds advir, avir-se, contravir, convir, desavir, intervir, sobrevir. Variable participles of regular verbs. 114. Many verbs that are otherwise regular have two forms of the past participle. These participles are not always interchangeable, however, as will be seen from the following examples. Naquele tempo, já meu irmão era morto. At that time, my brother was already dead. Naquele tempo, já meu irmão tinha morrido. At that time, my brother had already died. Muitos povos eram sujeitos a Roma. Many people were subject to Rome. Roma tinha sujeitado muitos povos. Rome had subjected many people. In general, when a verb has two forms of the past participle, one of them is commonly used in the active voice, and the other in the passive voice, as in the examples above. Some of them, however, are used in either voice, though preference is generally given to the short forms. Ele tem gasto, pago, ganho. It should be observed that one form is regular and the other irregular, or rather contracted. 115. List of verbs having two forms of the past participle. In this list, A indicates that the preceding form is used in the active voice, P that it is used in the passive, A and P that it is used in both voices. First conjugation. Aceitar, to accept. Aceitado, AP. Aceito, P. Assentar, to sit. Assentado, AP. Assente, P. Dispersar, to disperse. Dispersado, AP. Disperso, P. Entregar, to deliver. Entregado, AP. Entregue, P. enxugar, to dry, enxugado, AP, enxuto, P, expressar, to express, expressado, AP, expresso, P, expulsar, to expel, expulsado, A, expulso, P, fartar, to satiate, fartado, A, farto, P, findar, to finish, findado, A, P, findo, P, ganhar, to gain, ganhado, A, P, ganho, A, P, gastar, to spend, gastado, A, gasto, A, P, isentar, to exempt, isentado, A, isento, P, juntar, to collect, juntado, A, P, junto, A, P, limpar, to clean, limpado, A, limpo, A, P, matar, to kill, matado, A, morto, A, P, ocultar, to hide, ocultado, A, P, oculto, P, pagar, to pay, pagado, A, pago, A, P, salvar, to save, salvado, A, P, salvo, A, P, soltar, to lose, soltado, A, solto, P, sujeitar, to subject, sujeitado, A, P, sujeito, P. 116. Second conjugation. Acender. To set fire. Acendido. A, P. Aceso. P. Eleger. To elect. Elegido. A. Eleito. A, P. Envolver. To involve. Envolvido. A, P. Envolto. A, P. Prender. To take. Prendido. A. Preso. P. Suspender. To suspend. Suspendido. A, P. suspenso, P. 117. Third conjugation. Abrir, to open. Abrido. Ei, aberto. Ei, P. Erigir, to erect. Erigido. Ei, P. Ereto, P. Extinguir, to extinguish. Extinguido. Ei, P. Extinto, P. Frigir, to fry. Frigido. Ei, frito. Ei, P. Imprimir, to print. Imprimido. Ei, P. Impresso. Ei, P. Tingir, to dye. Tingido. Ei, tinto, P. 118. There are still other verbs having two forms of the past participle. Afeiçoar, to fashion. Afeiçoado, afeito. Anexar, to annex. Anexado, anexo. Ignorar, to ignore. Ignorado, ignoto. Manifestar, to manifest. Manifestado. Manifesto. Sepultar, to bury. Sepultado. Sepulto. Suspeitar, to suspect. Suspeitado. Suspeito. Absolver, to absolve. Absolvido. Absolto. Absorver, to absorb. Absorbido. Absorto. Estender, to extend. Estendido. Extenso. Torcer, to twist. Torcido. Torto. Contrair, to contract. Contraído. Contracto. Extrair, to extract. Extraído. Extrato. Oprimir, to oppress. Oprimido. Opresso. Reprimir, to repress. Reprimido. Represso. submergir, to submerge, submergido, submerso. End of section 8. Chapter 7, Part 3 of A Brief Grammar of the Portuguese Language. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Brief Grammar of the Portuguese Language by John Casper Branner. Chapter 7, Verbs, Part 3. Defective Verbs. 119. In addition to those already mentioned in the list of irregular verbs, the following verbs are defective: advir, colorir, descomedir-se, emolir, empedernir, extorquir, falir, florir, renhir, retorquir. These verbs are used only in the forms in which the I of the infinitive occurs. Precaver, to prevent. Fremir, to roar. And soer, to be accustomed, are only used in the forms in which the roots precav, frem, and so are followed by s or I. Precavis, precavia. The subjects of verbs. 120. In the main, verbs agree with their subjects in number and person, as they do in English, but such a general rule is not always applicable in Portuguese. The following rules cover the most important cases in which there is a departure from English usage. A. In case of compound subjects, the verb may be plural, as in English, as o sol e a lua são brilhantes. But in certain cases, it is singular, as follows. B. It is singular when a gradation is emphasized. Uma palavra, gesto, olhar bastava. C. It is singular when an enumeration ends with tudo, nada, nenhum, ninguém, or cada O ouro, os diamantes e as pérolas, tudo é terra e da terra. D. It is singular when the compound subject follows the verb. Passará o céu e a terra. In case of proper names, it is considered better for the verb to be plural. Do mesmo pai nasceram Esaú e Jacó. E. Infinitives and phrases take the verb in the singular. Perdoar erros e engrandecer bons intentos é de espírito generoso. F. In case of contrasts, the verb is plural. Amar, agravar e empecer não se compadecem. G. The following have the verb either singular or plural indifferently. E outro. Nenhum, nem outro. Mais de e outro quer morrer. E outro fugiram. H. In certain idiomatic expressions, singular subjects appear to have plural verbs. 1. Nós é que somos patriotas. In this sentence, nós é que may, however, be regarded as an adverbial expression. Some grammarians regard it as analytically equivalent to que nós somos patriotas é fato. 2. Tudo são trevas. O mundo são homens. I. Similarly, a first person may be used with the verb of the third person. Eu é que digo adeus. It is I who say goodbye. J. When one subject is in the first person and another is of the second or third, the verb is first person plural. Eu e tu temos. The eu and tu being equivalent to nós. Nem eu, nem vós sabemos como nasce amor. Literally, neither I nor you, that is, we, do not know how love begins. K. When one subject is in the second person and another is in the third, the verb is second person plural. Tu e Carlos estáis bons. You and Carlos are good. 121. Impersonal verbs. Footnote. These verbs are sometimes called unipersonal in Portuguese, for their forms are not always confined to the third person. For example, haver, ser, and fazer, and others have all the persons. Impersonal verbs are used only in the third person. The English impersonal it is not separately expressed in this impersonal use. Examples. Há homens sábios. There are wise men. Houve festas. There were feasts, festivities. Faz calor. It is warm. Faz uma semana hoje. It is a week today. É fácil. It is easy. É justo. It is just. É bem que. It is well that. É preciso. It is necessary. São 2 horas. It is 2 o'clock. Dizem. They say. Other forms especially characteristic of the Portuguese, but used in various tenses, are acontece, it happens, apraz-me, it pleases me, basta, it is enough, carece, it is necessary, there is need that, chega, that will do, convém, it is well, it suits, cumpre, it is necessary, cumpre dizê-lo, it must be said, custa, it costs, custa dormir, it is hard to sleep, dar-se, to happen. Deu-se esse fato. This is what happened. É, era, foi, etc. from ser. It is, was, etc. Faz, fazia, fez. From fazer. it is, was, etc. Fica, it remains, rests, is, etc. As fica combinado, it is agreed. Há, havia, houve, from haver. There is, there are, there was, there has been. Importa, it matters. Parece, it seems. Praz-me, it pleases me, I am pleased. Urge, it is urgent. Resta, it remains. A. There are also the usual forms expressing operations of nature, such as chove, it rains. B. The impersonal verbs are often used in the passive voice, as ali se vive sem desejo. There one lives without desire. Diz-se que, it is said that, precisa-se de criado. A servant is wanted. 122. Prepositions required by verbs. Some verbs are followed by certain prepositions, such as a, até, com, de, em, para, por, sobre, in their various forms. Some of these usages correspond to the English, but most of them do not. Only a few of the cases where the usage differs from English are given here. A. To, of, is used after perguntar, proibir, and perdoar. Perguntou ao médico. He asked the physician. Proibiu ao moço. He forbade the youth. Eu perdoo a quantos me fizeram mal. I forgive all those who have ill-used me. A is used with the infinitive when it is the object of a verb, as explained at paragraph 123d. B. The use of a after querer determines the meaning of the verb. Querer a alguma pessoa is to esteem or love someone, while querer alguma coisa is to desire something. C. Até, to, at, is used after chegar and ir. Fui até a cidade. I went as far as the city. D. Com, with, is used after estar, to be, ter, to have, and casar, to marry. Estou com fome. I am hungry. Estou com frio. I am cold. Fui ter com ele. I went to have an interview with him. Casou com a filha de T. He married the daughter of T. E. De, of, is used after aproveitar-se, to improve the opportunity. Cessar, to cease. Depender, to depend. Deixar, to leave. Gostar, to like. Morrer, to die. Precisar, to need. And after certain reflexive forms such as lembrar-se, to remember, esquecer-se, to forget, and verbs implying motion from. Examples: gosto de café, I like coffee. Morre de fome e de frio, he is dying of hunger and cold. Deixa de asneiras, stop your folly. Lembrou-se da ocasião, he remembered the occasion. For de before an infinitive objective, see paragraph 123F. F. Classic writers use de with several other verbs, such as desta água não beberei, I shall not drink of this water, deste pão não comerei, I shall not eat of this bread. De, em, in is used after estar. O dono está em casa? Is the proprietor at home? H. Para, for, to is used after certain verbs implying motion towards. Ir, partir, vir, buscar, olhar, and deitar. Vou para casa. I'm going home. Partiu para Lisboa. He has gone to Lisbon. Olhe para cá. Look this way. A janela deita para o rio. The window opens toward the river. I. Note. On the other hand, several verbs which in English are followed by prepositions do not require prepositions in Portuguese. Such are agradecer, to thank for. Agradeço-lhe o presente. I thank you for the present. Almoçar, to breakfast on. Almoçou peixe. He breakfasted on fish. Calçar, to put on the feet. Calcei chinelas. I put on slippers. Cear, to sup on. Ceou chá. He supped on tea. Falar, to speak of. Falou política. He talked about politics. Subir, to climb up. Subiu a serra. He climbed up the mountain. Vestir, to put on. Vesti o paletó. I put on the coat. Objects of verbs. 123. The objects of verbs differ in the following respects from usages in English. A. When the direct object of a verb is a person or living being, that name is preceded by the preposition a, to, especially when it is necessary to distinguish the object from the subject. Ama a Deus, to love God. A Pompeu venceu César. Caesar overcame Pompey. Ele subjugou ao tigre. He overcame the tiger. But when the object is an animal other than a man, the a, to, may be omitted as subjugou o tigre. B. When the direct object precedes the verb, or when ambiguity is possible, the preposition a, to, precedes the object. Vence o dia à noite. or a noite vence o dia. Day overcomes night. C. When the direct object is one of the pronouns mim, ti, si, ele, a, as, nos, vos, eles, o, and os, they are preceded by the preposition a. Ele a escolheu a mim e não a ti. D. When the direct object is an infinitive, the following verbs take the preposition a. Aprender, começar, ensinar, principiar. Example: ensinou a falar. E. These verbs, when followed by the infinitive denoting the beginning of action, require a. Começar, deitar, entrar, meter, desatar, botar. Começou a escrever. He began to write. Deitaram a fugir. They began to flee. F. When the direct object of a verb is an infinitive, certain of these verbs, when signifying the beginning, continuation, or cessation of action, take G before that infinitive. These verbs are acabar, arrancar, cessar, começar, continuar, deixar, tomar, travar. Example: acabou de escrever. He has done writing. Comecei de, or a, almoçar. I began to breakfast. Special uses of verbs. 124. A. To express existence in its various phases, besides estar and ser, many verbs are used. Some of these are here illustrated. Acho-me doente. Literally, I find myself ill. Sinto-me envelhecido. Literally, I feel myself grown old. Viu-se empobrecido. Literally, he saw himself impoverished. Anda alegre. Literally, he goes joyous, that is, he's happy. B. Certain verbs are combined to express movement and perception. Ouvi cantar. I heard him sing. Vi sair. I saw him go out. Mandei fazer. I ordered made. Fiz consertar. I had it mended. C. When a participle is used as an adjective, it is often followed by de. Cercada e ornada de flores. Surrounded and decorated with flowers. This is especially true of the verbs acompanhar, seguir, preceder, cercar, forrar, cobrir, pintar, fazer, vestir. Some grammarians explain the use of de in these instances as part of elliptical phrases. Periphrastic verb phrases. 125. The Portuguese has periphrastic active and passive verb phrases formed by the aid of auxiliaries. See auxiliaries, paragraph 109. A. Periphrastic active phrases are made by placing the required forms of ter, to have, before the perfect participle masculine singular of the main verb. Tenho escrito a carta. I have written the letter. Tenho escrito. I have written. Tens escrito. Thou hast written. Tem escrito. He, she has written. Temos escrito. We have written. B. Periphrastic passive phrases are formed by the use of ser or estar, to be, and the participle of the main verb, which must agree with the subject. Tenho sido transportado. I have been carried. José foi morto. José was killed. Maria estava molhada pela chuva. Maria was wet by the rain. C. The active voice is often used where the passive would be used in English. Mandou preparar o jantar. He ordered dinner to be prepared. Mandei trazer livro. I ordered a book to be brought. É de supor. É de ver. É de crer are all translatable only in passive forms. D. Progressive phrases are formed by the use of estar, to be, ficar, to remain, ir, to go, and some others with the present participle of the main verb. Estou falando. I am speaking. Fica sabendo que. Know that. Reflexive verbs. 126. The reflexive verbs are conjugated by connecting the reflexive pronouns me, ti, si, nos, and vos with the verb. Não me meto nisto. I do not meddle in this affair. Vá se deitar. Go lie down. Vá-se embora. Go away. A certain force and grace are sometimes imparted by the use of reflexive forms even when the verb is intransitive. Ela morre de tristeza. She's dying of grief is grammatically correct, but ela se morre de tristeza is a more expressive way to say the same thing, owing to the attention called to the subject by the use of se. B. Certain verbs are much used in the reflexive sense. Queixar-se, to complain, and arrepender-se, to repent, are used only in the reflexive forms. Despedir-se, to take leave, and calar-se, to hush, are used in both the active and reflexive forms, but the active forms have different meanings. C. Neuter or impersonal reflexives with me, si, etc. are much used. Dizem-me. They tell me. Parece-me. It seems to me. D. The reflexive verbs do not take as objects the pronouns o, a, os, as. Imperative and subjunctive. 127. Colloquially, the imperative is not so much used as the subjunctive, which is used in its place. Thus, fale, subjunctive present, com ela, would be used in place of fala, imperative, com ela, speak to her. The latter is regarded as less polite, possibly because fala has tu, understood as its subject, while fale has for its subject o senhor, você, etc. For the same reason, tenha paciência, subjunctive, have patience, is used in place of tem paciência. Imperative. Footnote. One often hears tenha a paciência, which is correct when the sentence has a complement, as tenha a paciência de ler esta carta. End of footnote. Preste, not presta, atenção, pay attention. A. It is especially to be noted that when there is a negative, the subjunctive should be used instead of the imperative. Não deva. You ought not, not não deve. Não me fale. Subjunctive. Don't talk to me, not não me fala. Imperative. B. One of the most common errors in Portuguese is the use of the present indicative in place of the imperative or subjunctive. The following are examples. Traz-me copo d'água. Should be traze-me or traga-me copo d'água. Fetch me a glass of water. Diz a seu pai que. Should be dize a teu pai or diga a seu pai que. Tell your father that. Traduz esta carta. Should be traduze esta carta. Translate this letter. The subjunctive and the indicative. 128. In certain dependent sentences, the subjunctive or the indicative is used according to circumstances. When the fact is doubtful, the subjunctive is used, otherwise the indicative. É incerto que venha. It is uncertain about his coming. É certo que vem. It is certain that he's coming. Não conheço pintor que faça este quadro. I know no painter who could make this picture. Não conheço o pintor que fez este quadro. Means, I do not know the painter who made this picture. 129. When the adverb talvez, perhaps, precedes a verb, it should be subjunctive. When it follows the verb, it should be indicative. Talvez seja isso exato. Or, isso é talvez exato. Perhaps this or it is so. 130. Certain idiomatic expressions use the subjunctive with the indefinite and relative pronouns, as explained at paragraph 102. 131. Similarly, the subjunctive is used with como. Seja como for. Be that as it may. 132. The subjunctive is sometimes used in the sense of a conjunction. Estão ao alcance de todos os que as buscam, seja como estudo, seja como curiosidade. Herculano. They are within the reach of all who seek them, whether for study or as a mere matter of curiosity. Personal infinitive. 133. The personal infinitive is an inflected form of the infinitive. It is found in the oldest Portuguese writings, and it is likewise different in use from anything in any other language. Footnote. Bento José de Oliveira, in his Nova Gramática Portuguesa, 26ª edição, página 46, says that the personal infinitive should be regarded as an aorist form of the subjunctive. End of footnote. Its use is best explained by examples. Impersonal. Comprei este livro para estudar. I bought this book for me to study. Personal. Comprei este livro para estudardes. I bought this book for you to study. O nosso mestre está contente por sabermos a lição. Our teacher is pleased because we know the lesson. Ficou surpreendido de não estarem os soldados devidamente em ordem. He was surprised that the soldiers were not duly in order. É preciso comprarmos. It is necessary to buy, that we buy. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of A Brief Grammar of the Portuguese Language. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Brief Grammar of the Portuguese Language by John Casper Branner. Chapter 8. The Indeclinables. Adverbs. 134. Adverbs may be single words as bem, well, logo, presently, cedo, early, or they may be adverbial phrases such as the following: a miúdo, repeatedly, anteontem, day before yesterday, às cegas, blindly, às escuras, darkly, até aqui, thus far, a toda hora, hourly, a torto e direito, right and left, à vista, at sight, com efeito, indeed, daqui a pouco, shortly, daqui em diante, henceforth, de dia, by day, de longe, afar, de noite, by night, de nenhuma sorte, by no means, de perto, nearby, de repente, suddenly, de chofre, suddenly, unexpectedly, de tarde, in the afternoon, de vez em quando, from time to time, enfim, finally, em seguida, one after another, em vão, in vain, hoje em dia, nowadays, popular, para sempre, forever, pelo menos, at least, por baixo, below, por cima, above, por enquanto, meantime, pouco mais ou menos, a little more or less, quando muito, at most. The following are composite forms: depois, de and pois, afterwards. Quiçá, perhaps, abbreviation of quem sabe, who knows. Também, tão and bem, also. Tampouco, or tão pouco. Example: Ele não quis e eu tampouco. He didn't want it and neither did I. Many adverbs are formed by adding mente to a feminine adjective. The mente is usually to be translated by the English ending "li". Escuramente, darkly, propriamente, properly. When two or more adjectives ending in mente follow each other, this termination is used with the last and is understood for the others. Justa e propriamente, justly and properly. Some masculine adjectives are used as adverbs, such are alto, baixo, barato, certo, claro, conforme, and muito. Falar baixo, to speak low. Comprou barato, he bought cheaply. Que is an adverb when used to modify an adjective and can be substituted by como, quão, or quanto. Que bela é a noite! How fine the night is! Eis, best translated behold, is a demonstrative adverb. Eis Lisboa. Behold Lisbon. Eis o homem. Behold the man. Eis que. Eis aqui. Eis aí. And eis ali are all used in directing attention. With the objective of the personal pronouns, it forms enclitics. Ei-lo, ei-los. See him, see them. Adverbs are sometimes used after certain verbs where English requires adjectives. These verbs are estar, ficar, permanecer, sair, continuar. The following expressions are good Portuguese. Este negócio parece-me bom. Or parece-me bem. This business seems to me to be good. Estou bem. Or estou bom. Or boa. I am well. Está bem. He is well off financially. 135. Special cases. Aqui, here, in this place, is associated with the first person. Por aqui. This way. Daqui. Hence. Daqui a 3 dias. 3 days hence. Daqui em diante. Henceforth. From now on. Cá. Here. Is also associated with the first person. Vem cá. Come here. It is also used with the first person for emphasis. Eu cá me entendo. I, here, know what I am about. Aí is associated with the second person and refers to a fixed place near the speaker. Bote aí. Put it just there. Ali is associated with the third person and refers to a more distant and fixed place. Muito, when used in comparisons, may mean either very or to. Muito longe may be either very far or too far, according to the context. Sim, yes, is used after que in indirect discourse to mean so or just so. Creio que sim. I believe so. Acho que sim. I find it so, or I think so. Sim and não as replies are rarely used alone, but in polite conversation are accompanied by senhor or senhora. Where yes would be used in English, in Portuguese the verb used is ordinarily repeated, or é is used. Está pronto? Are you ready? Estou. I am. Viu o vapor? Did you see the steamer? Vi. Or viu. I saw it. Nada is sometimes used as an emphatic no, as explained in 136. Mesmo is used for emphasis in connection with the adverbs aí, aqui, etc. Aí mesmo. In that very spot. Daí por diante. Or daí em diante. From that time on. Lá em cima. Up there. Lá embaixo. Down there. Aonde. Where, whither, indicates motion toward, and donde, whence, motion from a place. Onde estou? Donde venho? E aonde vou? Where I am, whence I come, and whither I go. Para onde? Whither? Para baixo. Downward. Para trás. Backward. Por onde? Which way? Por baixo. Beneath. Por detrás. Behind. The English ago is expressed by the use of the impersonal verb há, from haver. Há ano. A year ago. Just and just now are expressed by the use of the verbs acabar and chegar, and by the adverbs ainda agora, as acabou de jantar, he has just dined, and ainda agora jantou, he has just now dined. Agorinha, a diminutive form of agora, now, is similarly used and shortens the time past. There is expressed by ali, lá, and acolá. Lá and acolá are associated with the third person and refer to places distant but not precise. Bote lá. Put it there, that is, somewhere there. Digo a vai acolá, e ele vai. E a outro, vem cá, e ele vem. I say to one, go there, and he goes, and to another, come here, and he comes. It often happens that a single English word can be rendered in Portuguese only by an adverbial phrase. Such are somewhat and somewhere. Tanto indisposto. Somewhat ill. Em alguma outra parte. Somewhere else. Algures is sometimes, but not often, used for somewhere. Negation. 136. The adverbs of simple negation are não, no, not. Não estudei. I have not studied. Nem, neither, nor. Nenhum, nem outro. Neither the one nor the other. Nunca, never. Nunca vi. I have never seen. Nunca mais. Nevermore. Jamais. Never. Nunca, jamais o saberá. You will never know it. Nada. Nothing. Though commonly a noun, this word is sometimes used as an adverb of emphatic negation. Vai à cidade? Are you going to the city? Nada. Decidedly not. The expression pois não, literally why not, is sometimes an affirmative, equivalent to certainly, but it is sometimes a negative. The meaning in these cases is determined by the intonation. Pois sim is similarly an affirmation or negation according to intonation. 137. Double or emphatic negative. Two negatives are used for the purpose of strengthening the negation and are not, as in English, equivalent to an affirmative. Não sei nada disso. I know nothing about it is correct Portuguese. Likewise are such expressions as não sei não, não tenho nada, não há nada, não conheço ninguém, não devemos nunca. Interrogation. 138. There is no special arrangement of words for asking a question. That a question is asked is indicated colloquially by the tone of the voice, or, when written, it is shown by the use of the interrogation mark. Este livro é meu may mean, is this book mine? In which case the interrogation mark would be used, or it may mean, this book is mine. There are certain words, however, which in themselves sometimes, but not always, imply questions, such as quanto or quanta, how much, quantos or quantas, how many, por quê, why or because, como, how or as, and qual, which. The expression não é assim? Is it not so? And não acha? Don't you find it so? Refer to a preceding sentence or idea and are equivalent to the French n'est-ce pas or the German nicht wahr? Prepositions. 139. Prepositions are either single, as a, to, até, until, or they are prepositional phrases. Cerca de, about, antes de, before, in time. The prepositions de and a are used in connection with direct objects, as explained in 122, 123. De follows certain adjectives. Capaz de, capable of, ele é capaz de chegar a qualquer hora. He's liable to arrive at any time. Cego de, blind. Cego de olho, blind in one eye. Cego de raiva, blind with rage. Dependente de, dependent upon. Digno de, worthy of. Doente de, ill with or of. distante de, distant from, fácil de, easy to, próprio de, próprio para, proper to or for. Similarly, de follows certain participles used as adjectives, see 124, such as pintado de verde, painted green, vestida de seda, dressed in silk. De is also used idiomatically in such expressions as estar de pé or em pé, to stand up, ir de chinelas, to go in one's slippers. The preposition de is much used in certain idiomatic phrases and sentences, such as chorar de prazer, to weep for joy, morrer de fome, to die of hunger, fazer de tolo, to act the fool, chamar de ladrão, to call one a thief. The preposition de, of, often drops the e and takes an apostrophe when followed by a word beginning with a vowel. Deste, of this, for de este. Daquele, of that. They are also written deste and daquele. With ele, it forms dele. When the preposition de is followed by the definite article, the two words unite and are written and pronounced do, da, dos, das, in place of de, u, etc. See 15. 140. The preposition em, in, is similarly combined with the definite article, forming nu, na, nos, nas, as explained at 15, and with este, esse, and aquele, forming neste, nesse, and naquele. 141. The preposition a, to, has so many and such varied uses that it seems best to give a list of them. A, to, is used to express a, the place to or toward which, with the idea of returning. Ir à praça, to go to the square. B, the place where or near which. Estar à porta, to be at the door. Situado à beira-mar, situated at the seaside. C, distance, measure of place and time. A tiro de bala, a gunshot away. A 3 quilômetros, 3 kilometers away. D, end or purpose, trabalhar a bem da pátria, to work for the good of the country. Deu-lhe o vinho a provar, he gave him the wine to test. E, material, pintar a óleo, to paint in oil. Bordar a ouro, to embroider with gold. F, time in which, partir ao meio-dia, to leave at noon. G, future time near at hand expressed with the infinitive. Está a chegar, he is about to arrive. H, length of time, daqui a 10 dias, 10 days hence. I, manner, obra feita a pedaços. work done by bits. A pé, afoot. A cavalo, horseback. A nado, by means of swimming. J. Distribution and succession. 2 a 2. 2 by 2. Gota a gota. Drop by drop. K. Means, instrument, cause. Matar a fome. To kill with hunger. As punhaladas. With dagger thrusts. Cantar a viola. To sing with a viola. Calçar aos pés. To wear on the feet. L. Measure, price, tax. Medir a metros. To measure in meters. Comprar as arrobas. To buy by the arroba. Vender a peso. To sell by weight. Juros a 5%. Interest at 5%. M. Quantity. Aos centos. By the hundreds. Chover a bom chover. To pour down rain. N. Manner of action with infinitives. Andar a saltar. To go jumping. Ouvir pássaros a cantar. To hear the birds a singing. O. Conformity. Ao parecer. As it seems. À vontade. As much as one likes. P. Object of reference. Pronto a responder. Ready to respond. Apertar a mão a alguém. To press one's hand. Q. Hypotheses. A ser assim. In that case. R. A and para, to. Besides other relations, both express movement toward, but with this noteworthy difference. A contains the idea of returning, while para contains the idea of remaining. Vou à Europa and vou para a Europa both mean I am going to Europe and are both correct Portuguese, but the former means that I go to return, while the latter means I go to remain there. In such expressions as está para chegar and está a chegar, he is about to arrive, both refer to future action, but para expresses a more remote and a more immediate action. 142. In verse and colloquially, com, with, sometimes drops the m when followed by the definite article. Cos teus, or cos teus, with thy, in place of com os teus. On the preposition per, see 15. 143. Pelo que is an idiomatic expression. Pelo que dizem, from what they say. Pelo que me toca, insofar as it concerns, touches me. Certain adjectives and participles used as adjectives are followed by por. Célebre, distinto, famoso, ilustre, notável, responsável. Examples of participles used as adjectives and requiring por: banhado, cercado, conhecido, disperso, habitado, perseguido, povoado. Footnote: cercado, habitado, and povoado also admit of de, as cercado de amigos, surrounded by friends. 144. The following are idiomatic prepositional expressions: abaixo de, beneath; acima de, above; a fim de, in order to; além de, beyond; ao redor de, around; aquém de, this side of; a roda de, about; cerca de, about; diante de, before; de entre, between; de frente de, in front of; dentro de, inside of; dentro em, inside of; depois de, after; de sob, below; de sobra, superabundantly; de trás de, behind; em roda, around; junto de, near; longe de, far from; para com, toward; pé ante pé, on tiptoe; perto de, near; por baixo de, below; por cima de, above. For prepositions required by certain verbs, see 122. Conjunctions, 145. Conjunctions are either single, as e, and, porém, but, que, then, or they are conjunctional phrases. Following are the more idiomatic of the conjunctional phrases: a fim de que, for the purpose of; ainda que, although, in spite of the fact that; a não ser que, unless; antes que, rather than, before; apesar de, in spite of; apesar de que, in spite of the fact that; contanto que, so that, provided; de maneira que, de modo que, so that, in such a way that; depois que, after that; de tal modo que, de tal sorte que, in such fashion that; enquanto que, while, although; entretanto que, whilst; no caso que, in case that; para que, in order that; se bem que, although; sem que, unless; visto que, in view of the fact that. A. Then is usually que, but it is also expressed by de que, do que, da que. Mais água que café, more water than coffee. Mais que 20, more than 20. Mais do que é necessário, more than is necessary. Mais de uma vez. more than once. B. Either or are expressed by ou. Ou pode ou não pode. Either you can or you cannot. C. Neither nor are expressed by não, nem, or by nem, nem. Não quero, nem posso. I neither wish nor can I. Não tenho nem ouro, nem prata. I have neither gold nor silver. Interjections. 146. Interjections are single words as ó, oxalá, would to God, or they are interjectional phrases as valha-me Deus, ai de mim, alas me, quem me dera, would that, tomara que ele venha, I wish he would come. Interjectional phrases containing de, such as ai de mim, infeliz de ti, pobre dele, are said to be elliptical. The complete expression would be something like ai, tem compaixão de mim, infeliz, tenho compaixão de ti, pobre, tenho compaixão dele. 139. Coitado, coitadinha. Abbreviations used in writing. 147. There are several abbreviations of Latin origin that are the same as those in English, such as AD for Anno Domini, ATC for etc., PS for postscriptum, and the like. In addition, there are many abbreviations for Portuguese words, the most common of which are given in the following list. These are used extensively in correspondence and in the official documents. AFFO, afetuoso. AMO or AO, amigo. ANTO, Antônio. ATTO, atento. BEL, bacharel. BTO, bento. CAPM, capitão. CIA or COMP, companhia. CONSO or CONSRO, conselheiro. COL or COREL, coronel. CRDO, criado. D, dom, dona. DG, Deus guarde. DA, dita, dona. DO, dito. DD or DIGMO, digníssimo. DR, doutor. EF, estrada de ferro. EXMO, excelentíssimo. EXMA, excelentíssima. ERM, espera receber mercê. F-E-R-A, Ferreira. F-R, Frei. F-R-A-N-C-O, or F-R-O, Francisco. G-E-N-L, General. H-U-M-L, humilde. I-L-L-M-A, ilustríssima. I-M-P, imperial. J-C, Jesus Cristo. J-A-N-O, janeiro. J-O-A-Q-M, or J-M, Joaquim. J-E, José. M-D, muito digno. M-L, or M-E-L, Manuel. M-A, minha, and Maria. M-T-O, muito. N, norte. N, or N-O, número. N-S, Nosso Senhor. N-S-A, Nossa Senhora. O, oeste. O-B-D-O, or O-B-G-D-O, obrigado. O-B-D-A, or O-B-G-D-A, obrigada. O-D-C, oferece, dedica e consagra. Used in the dedication of books, etc. P-P, próxima passada. P-A, para. P-E, padre. P-E-R-A, Pereira. P-E-F, por especial favor. Q-D-O, quando. Q-T-O, quanto. R-E-V-A, reverência. Reverendíssima. R-V-D-O, reverendo. R-V-M-O, reverendíssimo. S/C, sua casa. S, são. Sua, sul. S-M-I, Sua Majestade Imperial. S-P, Serviço Público. S-S, Sua Senhoria. Sua Santidade. S-R, S-N-R, Senhor. S-N-R-A, Senhora. S-T-O, Santo. S-T-A, Santa. Footnote: São, santo, and santa, saint. São is a short form of santo and is used before names beginning with a consonant, as São José, São Tomás. Santo is used before words beginning with a vowel, as Santo Antônio, Santo Inácio. Santa is the feminine form and is used before feminine nouns. The final A is dropped when the name begins with a vowel, as Santana. End of footnote. SEO, salvo erro ou omissão. Vi, você. VA, viúva. VA, Vossa Alteza. VAR, Vossa Alteza Real. VEXA, Vossa Excelência. VMAGE, Vossa Majestade. VMI, Vossa Majestade Imperial. VENDOR, Venerador. VM, Vossa Mercê. VMCE, Vossa Mercê. VS or VASA, Vossa Senhoria. 1020, primeiro, segundo, etc. 7BR, setembro. 8BR, outubro. 9BR, novembro. 10BR, dezembro. Similarity of words in the two languages. One of the difficulties sometimes encountered by a beginner of Portuguese comes from a misleading similarity of certain words in the two languages. A few such words are here brought together to illustrate and emphasize this feature of the language, but the list is not complete. It is noticeable that words of this kind are chiefly from the Latin, and that they have descended to the English language with one of their meanings emphasized, and to the Portuguese with another. It should be noted, however, that the meanings given are the common rather than the only ones. List of Portuguese words having a meaning different from similar words in English. Ação. Share, in company. Acordar. To waken. Atual. Present, time. Admirar-se. To be surprised. Aluno. Student. Apreciar. Enjoy. Armar. Rede. Tie up. Artista. Artisan. Acender. To light, fire. Assentar. To sit. Assistir. To be present. Bravo. Wild. Bruto. Rough. Campo. Open field. Colégio. School. Preparatory. Combinar. Agree. Comum. Ordinary. Competência. Jurisdiction. Consertar. To mend. Constipação. Cold in the head. Dano. Injury. Demandar. Porto. To head for. Denunciar. To announce and denounce. Desapontar. To put out. Desgraça. Misfortune. Direito. Right, straight. Durar. to last. Espaço, period. Espetáculo, performance. Estreito, narrow. Esquisito, queer. Face, cheek. Faltar, to be lacking. Fama, rumor. Impertinente, exacting. Importar, to amount to. Idioma, language. Idiotismo, idiom. Miserável, wretched. Miséria, want. Nomear, appoint. Ofendido, hurt. Ofício, trade. Ordinário, commonplace, worthless. Parente, kinsman. Particular, private. Partir, to start. Prejuízo, injury. Querer, wish. Real, royal. Regimento, rule. Ruim, bad. Segundo, according to. Sereno, do. Singular, peculiar. Sorte, prize. Sucesso, accident. Vapor, steam, steamer. Vício, habit. Vulgarizar, to popularize. Vulgarmente, commonly. End of chapter 8. End of A Brief Grammar of the Portuguese Language by John Casper Branner.